of life, 85. To accomplish this formidable task, he sought to form a private agricultural security force to guard farms and farmers, though he denied he would recruit mercenaries to do so. 36. By mid-1975, he had on his mercenary roster 300 experienced young fighting men available for use in Rhodesia. In some ways he became a competitor of the Rhodesian Light Infantry, Gray's Scouts, and Scylla Scouts for the labor of mercenaries. 37. By 1978, the security guard business was booming. To babysit a home, as it was called, was profitable, though one unnamed, 29-year-old U.S. citizen who took the job told a reporter he found it quite boring. It was intellectually stimulating though, he explained, since he got to do a lot of reading. A Vietnam veteran who had done a stint in the Rhodesian Light Infantry, he had worked at 5 farms in the Mtoko, Mrwa, and Bindura districts for about 6 months. The pay wasn't terrible for that time in Rhodesia, $100 per day plus room and board, but he thought it was quite a disappointment to foreigners who come expecting to be paid thousands of dollars. 38. Of course, the firms that hired such workers could make, minimally, thousands of dollars. But from time to time, more sober messages arrived from Rhodesia that reminded some that there was a fierce war going on, which by 1979 had placed the government in severe peril. Guarding farms and mines in the midst of a guerrilla conflict was not easy. Those enmeshed in this dangerous business often paid the ultimate price for their adventurousness, though the damage inflicted on them was at times psychological, which too served as a deterrent to the expansion of these enterprises. Jim Darr of Arizona, a former Marine and veteran of the 82d Airborne, experienced this angst. Soldier of Fortune magazine described his life in Rhodesia, after months of often working alone, with little time off, was getting tired. Week after week of stumbling and sliding up and down trails in the night and rain were beginning to tell. The isolation was bothering him mightily. I felt like the guy in the Bandini commercial, he cracked, who tries to ski down a mountain of shit. His solitude was broken by attacking guerrillas, but he prevailed. By this time the loneliness had affected his mental acuity, as he had fantasies of throwing the bodies on the White House lawn. He thought of Albert Camus and the meaninglessness of mortality as one reason he so enjoyed this bloody experience. Still, he was happy to be gone from the United States, since the shallowness and lack of commitment there was evidently making him more deranged and demented than his Rhodesian experience revealed. However, he was pleased with the performance of his fellow citizens from the United States in the private mercenary business. Recounting how when he went through the Armed Guard office in Salisbury, they wanted to know where they could get more Americans. Proudly, he continued, they employed about 4 American security officers and we had a good reputation. Naturally, he beamed. Still, Armed Guard's desperation for more Euro-American employees suggests how the nerve-wracking job of being a guard and angst generated by the frequent solitude and the incessant pressure exerted by guerrillas served to restrain the expansion of this often lucrative business. Mining and farming interests hired security guards or mercenaries, particularly from the United States, to help protect their persons and property. Some U.S. corporations in Rhodesia also hired guards to protect their interests. 4° Soldier of Fortune, the Colorado-based magazine that specialized in mercenary affairs, was indispensable in recruiting these soldiers of fortune. Roger L. Barnes was typical of this kind of recruit. This 34-year-old came to Rhodesia from the United States in September 1977 and began to hitchhike around the country armed. En route he met Bob Miller, a former U.S. Marine and ex-member of the Rhodesian military, and Joe Harcourt, a veteran of Vietnam who had been with the 173rd Airborne, before moving on to Chad, then Angola, honing his military skills. Barnes, himself a Special Forces veteran from Vietnam, had joined the U.S. military in 1966. When he saw how well Miller and Harcourt seemed to be doing in Rhodesia, he decided to sell his military skills to the right bidder. He wound up guarding Klipspringer Ranch in Sabi River Valley, near the Mozambique border. *. Just as in the Old West in the United States, preventing rustling of livestock was a primary task for these mercenaries. By 1978, according to Soldier of Fortune, cattle rustling had reached epidemic proportions, and the need to combat it led to the increased hiring of mercenaries and security guards from the United States. One of these men remarked, "My background and those of my two partners are typical. John is a Special Forces veteran with several tours in Vietnam. I spent several tours in Vietnam in the U.S. military and have been in revolutions in the Middle East." 4. There was a thriving market for the services of these men, thus, by 1979, Sectra Limited of Salisbury was a major force in the field. A Sectra spokesman wrote that during the spring months of 1979 the company expected a definite demand for manpower for protective duties and advised interested SOF readers to bring their own weapons. 43 As Sectra was recruiting energetically, TMK, a Rhodesian light infantry veteran from San Francisco, told SOF that % of his private mercenary unit in Rhodesia was comprised of foreigners. Helpfully, he recommended freelancing or riding shotgun for convoys. When asked why he did not recommend joining the Rhodesian military, as he said, "The Rhodesian officers treated us foreigners like dirt, the private sector was much different," he thought. He reported that the giant Anglo-America Corporation was offering 1,000 Rand per month for riding shotgun on the Umtali Melsetter logging convoys. "This doesn't include bonuses each time all vehicles make it through," he said. "The convoy boss is an ex-Marine by the way," he added. These bonuses did not come easily, because particularly by the time of his 1979 message TMK and other mercenaries were finding their latter-day wagon trains under frequent assault. 1++ By the summer of 1979, Gerald Tucker had been in Rhodesia a little over 3 months, then had applied for work as a freelance farm guard with the RNFU. The pay, he reported, was still only $10 a day and groceries. And SOF staff writer, Tucker registered with the RNFU on a Friday and was called for a job on Monday. Though he worked in the private sector, his opinions about Africa did not diverge sharply from those of his counterparts working for the Rhodesian government. He felt the guerrillas were all poor soldiers and louts, the most inept, cowardly military force in history. In his view, they were little more than Andrew Young's freedom fighters. He did not explain why or how this cowardly military force could be on the verge of coming to power at the time of his ill-timed remarks. But since he worked on tobacco farms in isolated areas, it was understandable why he did not have a comprehensive view of the entire nation. Since he was operating on the fringes of the military and the law, he felt compelled to consider himself completely alone. This Lone Ranger had seen a guard officer shot in the back by his own men, and this assured that he would continue seeking solitary assignments on isolated ranches away from squads and battalions and units. Tucker, who could be called a mercenary intellectual, preferred a post where he could find time to read and write. Halting cattle rustling by guerrillas in Rhodesia was a top priority. According to one account, veterans of elite forces, such as U.S. Special Forces, were often hired for this task. This practice was compared to the U.S. experience of the 1880s, when rustlers were fought by ranchers with use of experienced veterans of the 10-year campaign against Apache guerrillas. Ex-Pinkerton agents and noted lawmen. This kind of work was bringing about $700 per month in Rhodesia, which was a handsome sum for those otherwise facing unemployment in the United States. 4 Hill. The self-assertion of Zimbabweans in assaulting tourists and the frequent mishaps that befell these visitors was not the only factor serving as a constraint on Rhodesia. The coming to independence of Angola and Mozambique and the increased strength of other recently independent African nations played an increasing role in the campaign to bring down the Salisbury regime. Not only did these nations wield votes in the United Nations and other international fora, their economies were also a factor that the United States could not ignore when contemplating support for Rhodesia. On July 4, 1979, Britain's Evening Standard reported that State Department officials admit now that the decision to keep economic sanctions against Zimbabwe Rhodesia was dictated directly by the need to placate Nigeria, which supplies over 14% of U.S. oil imports. The $5.7 billion in trade the United States conducted with Nigeria in 1976 was over twice the value of the U.S. trade, even with South Africa that used to be its leading African trading partner. As time passed, Nigeria, the giant of the continent, was becoming increasingly aggressive in protest of the existence of minority regimes in southern Africa. When Nigeria began to raise its voice in opposition to U.S. policy in the region, Washington had no choice but to listen. 4 degree This was part of the insistent pressure from Africans themselves that ultimately broke the back of the rebel regime in Salisbury, despite the avid support rendered by Rhodesia's friends in the United States. Thus, the Financial Gazette of newly independent Zimbabwe concluded shortly after independence in 1980 that the past year had been turbulent. Although the all-important price of gold, sugar, and copper reached record highs, emigration equaled previous peaks, the industrial and mining index slumped, Rhodesia had become an unfriendly environment for the conduct of business. *7 Shortly before that, a death knell of sorts was sounded for Salisbury when, as the Rand Daily Mail reported, U.S. Big Business said this week they are taking no sides in the Rhodesian dispute and want only orderly transition to majority rule. 48 U.S. Business had been one of Rhodesia's chief backers. When it began to accept grudgingly the reality of the outlaw regime's demise, it was evident that Salisbury's downfall was imminent. Soldiers of Fortune. It was a typically warm summer day in Washington, D.C., in 1976 when the Ford administration's Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, William Schofield, was summoned to testify before a congressional committee. Schofield was no neophyte. He had served in the U.S. Army, was with the Foreign Service on the prime Cold War battleground of 1950s Germany, then wound up in the Congo in 1963 as that nation suffered through turmoil. As he began his testimony, the muggy air was thick with rumors about U.S. mercenaries in Rhodesia and possible official government support for them. Carefully, Schofield was asked whether U.S. funds were being used to subsidize these soldiers of fortune. Just as carefully, Schofield replied, "Not to my personal knowledge, sir." Congressman Lee Hamilton of Indiana, sensing the ambiguity of Schofield's answer, pressed him further. "I do note your response is not a straight-out negative." Schofield then added, "We have referred to the Department of Justice for investigation 25 to 30 cases of alleged recruiting of American mercenaries for Rhodesia." Saying he had recently become aware of this mercenary phenomenon because of press reports, Schofield said he had no idea how many U.S. mercenaries there were in Rhodesia. Generally, he displayed a marked lack of curiosity about what these U.S. citizens were reported to be doing abroad. Schofield's response was not that of a rogue diplomat who had been briefed insufficiently. A year earlier the Ford White House had been asked pointedly about U.S. mercenaries in Rhodesia, and the response then had also reflected studied ambiguity. Ford's aide, Roland Elliott, had proclaimed, "There are no ongoing recruitment efforts and there is no evidence that Rhodesian regime has employed agents to recruit Americans in the United States to serve in the Rhodesian armed forces. There may be American citizens who are permanent residents of southern Rhodesia who are being conscripted into the Rhodesian forces." His interlocutor, Edward Vaughan of the Pan-African Congress of Detroit, would have none of this, citing a New York Times article that he claimed referred to mercenaries being trained at the Quantico Marine Base in Virginia. Vaughan had reason to be dissatisfied with the White House response. Elliott had referred to ongoing recruitment efforts, but what of those that may have proceeded before the date of the White House response? What of recruitment of U.S. citizens beyond the borders of the United States? What of non-Rhodesian agents recruiting for mercenaries in the United States? Since some potential mercenaries from the United States arriving in Rhodesia were granted status as citizens or permanent residents, wasn't the administration allowing for a gigantic loophole for the recruitment of soldiers of fortune? Though the Carter administration was rhetorically more hostile to Salisbury, it also did not aggressively challenge the process whereby U.S. mercenaries traveled to fight in Rhodesia. When the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Andrew Young, was asked about this phenomenon, his words may have been less elusive than Joe feels but were just as impotent. Well, in a country of 240 million, you know, it's hard to stop 500 people disappearing and becoming mercenaries. It really is. Would ignore the mercenary problem, frankly. Plus the problem was that it was increasingly difficult for Africans on the receiving end of bullets from mercenary rifles to ignore these most aggressive of Salisbury's supporters. And this was particularly the case after 1974, when the war escalated. Early in that crucial year, London's Financial Times reported that the European population was slowly but certainly abandoning Rhodesia. This led to the government's campaign to attract substitutes from the pan-European world to replace them. Rhodesians were fleeing because men ranging in age from the late teens to the mid-SOS were being pressed into military service. According to press reports, even missionaries were being called up for military service. Not only did these new recruits have to dodge bullets fired by Africans, they also had to cope with a less than benign reception from those they were supposedly defending. One Rhodesian officer noted sadly that his troops were insulted regularly. It is generally felt that the public looks down on soldiers. Registered many soldiers were Africans. In fact, Africans often outnumbered Europeans on the battlefield, and doing the same work that Africans did was a sure guarantee to bring insult and rebuke from Rhodesians. Lower-ranking soldiers were accusing officers of living the cushy life. And draft evasion was rife. 8 The Rhodesians were forced to rely on AFTI-Senton troops increasingly, and they began deserting in ever larger numbers. In 1974 the Jehovah's Witnesses, true to their beliefs, refused to serve in the military. By the fall of 1973, 56 people overall had been charged and sentenced for refusing to serve, nearly 4 times more than the 15 cases heard last year and in 1971, and only a small percentage of those were religious dissenters. That same year, Rhodesian military chief Peter Walls reported that the army's white strength had continued to decline and that, as a result, the military was becoming even more dependent on African troops. This concern was punctuated when Vincent Lamprecht, the 22-year-old son of Rhodesia's principal recruiting officer, Major Nick Lamprecht, emigrated to South Africa to avoid military service. When he got his job in 1974, Rhodesia's Minister of Security, Wikus de Kock, boldly stated, "No Rhodesian worth his salt will run away from the terrorist cowards who attack innocent women and children." 3 years later he changed his mind and announced he was moving to South Africa. A third-generation Rhodesian, de Kock was in tears when he made his announcement, though a noticeably unmoved Rhodesian front member still called him chicken. 3 such slurs did not halt the flow of Rhodesians southward. By 1978, Danny Brink, a former Rhodesian Front MP, had bolted to South Africa, along with Reg Cooper, a former Minister of Defence. Hosts Nicole, a former Secretary for Internal Affairs, moved to Natal. Ian Rhys-Davies, a former Rhodesian Front MP, wound up in the United Kingdom. 3 top executives of the Rhodesian Broadcasting Corporation fled to various parts of the globe, including Harvey Ward, who probably more than any other person, became identified with the right-wing bias on Rhodesia's radio and TV networks. Plus entire families were emigrating to prevent younger sons from being drafted. Suicides of those subject to the draft were rising. A Rhodesian women's service, featuring females from their teens to their SOS, was organized to fill the gap created by shortfalls in the male draft. 5 male soldiers serving in the countryside somehow began receiving poison pen letters saying their wives were holding orgies while they were away. This was not a positive influence on morale. In 1979, experienced mercenary Mike Hoare stated the obvious when he observed that Rhodesia's basic problem is a lack of manpower. 7 When by late 1977 Salisbury was recruiting north of the border for PYG. MIs to fight a war that increasingly seemed as if it could not be won, it was evident that more drastic measures would be needed if Rhodesia were to avoid a gradual meltdown. 8 Consequently, the mercenaries who began flooding into this region should not be viewed as a sideshow or as merely peripheral to the conflict in Rhodesia. They were central. It is doubtful whether the war would have lasted as long as it did without their participation. U.S. foreign policy often has used two tracks, one covert, the other overt, and mercenaries should be seen as a rudimentary element of the former. Mercenaries were an essential component of the kind of coercive diplomacy that was used against the liberation movements. Minimally, U.S. mercenaries fought in Rhodesia with at least the tacit acquiescence of Washington. The non-denial denials of Schofield and Young when asked about Washington's role in recruiting and or failing to prosecute mercenaries should be viewed in this context. It was inevitable that Rhodesia, like beleaguered governments of the past, would have to recruit mercenaries if it were to have a chance to survive. For centuries, mercenaries had been deployed regularly to fight wars. Only relatively recently has the concept of patriotism evolved to motivate potential citizen soldiers to serve as a substitute for mercenaries. Degree historian Anthony Mockler points out that the armies of Rome and Byzantium, of Carthage and Persia, of the Emperor Charles V, of Napoleon, of both the French and British colonial empires all employed mercenaries. The Italian Renaissance was notorious for producing mercenaries. Mockler recounts how men like Francesco Sforza founded noble houses and became themselves rulers of states, while other powerful mercenaries became patrons of the arts. Switzerland developed the most feared mercenaries in Europe, including vagabond bands of mercenary soldiers. During the war against British colonialism, the nation that became the United States scoured Europe for mercenaries, though simultaneously, in their Declaration of Independence, these patriots lambasted London for transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolations, and tyranny already begun. The celebrated pirates of yore were, in many ways, mercenaries who freelanced on behalf of various monarchs and governments. In the United States their activities were mirrored by those of the filibusters of the mid-19th century, who specialized in intervening in the internal affairs of Latin American governments. Many of these men were seeking to capture territory for the slaves south of the United States, just as the abolition of the slave trade gave an added impetus to piracy. Still, when the state moved to monopolize violence, this helped undercut the raison d'etre for pirates and their latter-day counterparts. The United States found itself on both sides of this dilemma. During the Mexican-American War of 1846, Mexico City was able to form an entire brigade of renegade Irish and Irish-American soldiers from U.S. deserters. 2. During World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt secretly enabled active-duty U.S. Army and Navy pilots to serve as mercenaries in China. Plus a few years later, according to David J. Berkhuizen, President Harry Truman allowed the fledgling State of Israel to form branch offices in every major city that had a large Jewish population to recruit for their army. The Israelis sought to identify Jewish war veterans, and it was all done as quietly as possible. The United States used mercenary pilots for bombing missions in dislodging the Guatemalan government in 1954 and also for its failed attempt to overthrow the Castro regime in Cuba. Sent during the war in Vietnam, the U.S. government hired mercenaries, particularly ones from South Korea, Thailand, and the Philippines to fight on its behalf. The fiction employed was that these other countries were paying the majority of these costs out of their own budget. 7. Africa, however, was the major locus of the mercenary menace. In 1976, it had reached such a point that, as U.S. citizens and others from the pan-European world were pouring into Rhodesia, Nigeria submitted a proposal in international fora to outlaw this phenomenon. Registered Nigeria. Was responding as well to the fact that, as one observer put it in 1984, the largest-scale modern operations by armed, mobile mercenary strike forces place in Africa. French mercenaries like Bob Denard had made a career out of flitting from one African hotspot to another, toppling some regimes and fortifying others. At one time Denard commanded a private army of 1,200 hailing from 21 different nations and, intermittently, was the de facto ruler in the Comoros. During the UDI era he was closely allied with Salisbury, in his attempted January 1977 coup against Benin, Rhodesia provided his aircraft. 3 The Central African Republic's Jean-Bedel Bokassa used mercenaries to prop up his tottering regime in the 1970s. In Gabon, presidential security historically has been in the hands of a Praetorian Guard composed primarily of European mercenaries. Libreville was a headquarters of sorts for Dinard and French clandestine operations, of which there were many throughout the continent. In February 1978, the government of São Tomé and Príncipe cabled the United Nations to warn of an imminent mercenary invasion. In the early 1980s, Ghana claimed that hundreds of mercenaries recruited by the C1A and Israel were set to invade from neighboring Togo. Simultaneously, Madagascar announced a similar plot with similar outlines. In February 1984, Guinea's Sékou Touré said that he had uncovered a plot by mercenaries to overthrow his government. In March 1986, the government of Sierra Leone warned of a mercenary invasion led by British and French adventurers. In October 1994, another coup plot was unveiled in Freetown. This time those arrested were reported to be of Vietnamese origin and carrying British passports. This proliferation of mercenaries in Africa was nothing new. Those from the United States who joined the pioneer column in Rhodesia could be regarded as mercenaries. Hundreds of U.S. citizens, mostly of Irish descent, fought with the Boers against the British at the turn of the 20th century, just as hundreds of others fought with Britain. The fragile political order in Africa, combined with its vast array of minerals and the privileges still claimed by its former colonial masters, preordained that mercenaries would be a prominent part of the landscape. The template for the use of mercenaries was provided by the Congo in the early to mid-1960s, a conflict that involved both the United States and Rhodesia in starring roles and which coincided in its later stages with UPI. The relationship developed between the United States and Rhodesia during the Congo crisis facilitated a closer relationship between the two after UDI. Arguably, after the Congo emergency, Salisbury had reason to believe that the United States would intervene either overtly or covertly to save Rhodesia in a similar time of crisis. The Congo crisis, the murder of Patrice Lumumba, reputedly with U.S. assistance, and, correspondingly, U.S. support of Joseph Mobutu and Moise Tshombe indelibly shaped Washington's policy in Africa. Both Washington and Salisbury felt that if the forces they viewed as communist could not be halted in the Congo, then they could not be halted in Rhodesia either. The historian Piero Gligices has noted sarcastically that to save the Congolese regime, the Johnson administration raised an army of more than 1,000 white mercenaries in a major covert operation that was obvious to all but the U.S. press. 33 This sardonic aside also suggests why it has been so difficult to reconstruct the activities of mercenaries, as in Rhodesia, records of their plunder frequently have been destroyed, and contemporaneous observers, for example, the press, often have ignored their existence. Still, one of the leading African Americans in the Johnson administration, Carl Rowan, expressed dismay that U.S. planes were hauling in Belgian guns to be used by South African and Southern Rhodesian mercenaries to kill Africans and to protect Tshombe and European financial interests. These planes included 4 C-130s with crews from the United States. 34 According to the writer Hans Germany, the mercenaries fighting in the Congo ate American canned meat and maize, often they slept on American blankets. On one occasion the mercenaries used a wonderful American sports boat to attack Congolese rebels. American officers were frequently on the scene directing the battle. One mercenary recalled that a close friendship arose between the white mercenaries and the American pilots and officers. 35 A significant percentage of these mercenaries hailed from Rhodesia. For example, there was Paul Galanos, a Rhodesian who fought in the Greek Civil War against the left before becoming an officer in the Rhodesian army and later an officer in Tshombe's Katangese army. Germany recounts that Galanos was the best soldier of the column. 3 Moise Tshombe, the Congolese leader, being assisted by Washington and Salisbury, had close ties to both. He had been educated by U.S. Methodist missionaries. Rhodesia was probably his staunchest supporter on the continent, and he recruited openly in Salisbury and Bulawayo. Second in command to Mad Mike Hoare, the chief leader of the mercenaries in the Congo, was a Rhodesian, Alastair Wicks. When the plane of UN Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld crashed in the midst of this conflict, it was rumored to have been shot down by a vampire jet of the Rhodesian Air Force. The appropriately named Horne, a former London accountant, has spoken of his coordinating in the Congo with U.S. military attaché Colonel Knut Rodstein. Like the Rhodesians, Horne was impressed with Washington's ability to intervene in a brawny fashion in Africa and, simultaneously, was disgusted with London's perceived spinelessness. My visits to the energetic Americans convinced me, as an objective observer of the African scene, that the mantle of world leadership, with all it implies in the spending of blood and treasure, had fallen squarely in the right place on the shoulders of the American people. 3. Pan-European leadership had passed thankfully, thought Horne to Washington. Even when Washington was not sending blankets and aircraft and soldiers, it was being helpful in other ways. One of Horne's top parachutists, Roger Horne, a Belgian, had been trained at Fort Leavenworth in the United States for the brutal Horne, who claimed that he and his troops killed over 10,000 Africans in the Congo, was grateful to Washington for its assistance in his efforts. 41 The Congo also served as a dry run for the civil war in Nigeria, the so-called Biafra crisis. Mohammed Omar Bashir has written that the first known mercenary on the Biafran side was an American by the name of Hank Wharton, who was hired by the Red Cross to make direct flights from Lisbon in Portugal to Biafra. Appropriately, the second known mercenary was Alastair Wicks, a Rhodesian. 42 This was not a coincidence. Washington, driven by Cold War concerns, and Salisbury, worried about basic survival and perpetually concerned about the ultimate stability of its minority regime, both sought to steer Africa in similar directions. Rhodesia in particular was pleased when Africa's largest state fell into civil war. The secessionists in eastern Nigeria, many of whom were Christian, were able to attain significant support in the United States by pointing to the actual and alleged misrule of the heavily Islamic leadership of Nigeria. The crisis in Angola in 1975 as the Cubans and Soviets backed the MPLA over its rivals, who were backed by the United States, China, Rhodesia, and South Africa sent a troubling signal to Salisbury: would Cuban troops next march eastward? Likewise, the promiscuous use of U.S. mercenaries in Angola suggested that these soldiers of fortune would be deployed when circumstances prevented overt intervention by Washington. Would Rhodesia become the next example of this trend? By the first week of December 1975, the press was reporting that scores of American mercenaries are fighting in Angola and hundreds more are expected to be signed up in the next few days. 43 days later it was reported that the U.S. carrier Independence, equipped with F-4 Phantom jets, several hundred tons of napalm, and antipersonnel fragmentation bombs, was off the Atlantic coast of Angola. As it turned out, the CIA intervened covertly in an attempt to turn the tide against MPLA. This proved unavailing. In fact, after triumphing by early 1976, the MPLA government held an international tribunal where a number of U.S. mercenaries were placed on trial. Their characteristics were strikingly similar to those who were fighting due east in Rhodesia. One of the defendants was Gustavo Marcelo Grillo, then 27, a naturalized U.S. citizen residing in New Jersey but born in Buenos Aires. He had fought in Vietnam and had previous convictions for racketeering, a not uncommon profile for U.S. mercenaries in the region. His accusers noted that the defendant recalls with pride having participated in the criminal Vietnam War and having committed war crimes there, such as the destruction of villages and the deportation of the civilian population. He confessed to ties with gangsters, gambling, running lotteries, and added that he had provided security in stores, a guard service. Among Grillo's co-defendants were Gary Martin Acker, 21, of Sacramento, California, yet another veteran of the Vietnam War. According to Acker, their recruiter had informed them that Angola, where mercenary pay could amount to as much as $2,000 per month, was just a training ground for a larger battle in Rhodesia. Acker was also not unlike other mercenaries who fought in Rhodesia. He was troubled. He gave investigators the following short biographical portrait: my father and I didn't get along, beatings, school pressure, Bought a shotgun to kill myself. In the Marines I had a problem with my superior officer. Was going to kill him, but on reflection I went AWOL. I had a strong feeling of ill will toward my was examined by the psychologist. Consulted with the chaplain and worked with him on problem of drug abuse and alcoholism. Discharged. Problems at home, unemployed, spent time in the forest with dog, made no new friends, became depressed. Attempted suicide. 45. A chief recruiter for this misadventure was David Bufkin, a former paratrooper with the 11th Airborne Division in the United States. 4 Sent to this day, it is unclear where Bufkin's allegiances ultimately rested. A lanky and bearded Californian, he had arrived in Salisbury in late 1975, dressed in a leather jacket and dark clothes, with bangles dangling from his wrist. From there he traveled to Angola to work with anti-MPLA forces. However, 5 of the men he recruited for Angola were killed, while Grillo and Acker received, respectively, 30 and 16 years in prison. Another of his recruits, Daniel Gerhardt, was executed. Bufkin then crossed the Atlantic, supposedly to work for the CRA in Mexico. There, it was said, he was approached by Cuban agents to work for them. Bufkin replied supposedly, "Sure, why not? If the money's right." He then traveled to Montreal to infiltrate anti-MPLA forces and communicate this intelligence to Havana. He may have been a double agent, perhaps even a triple agent. 47 Rhodesia also was instrumental in establishing anti-government forces that tormented neighboring Mozambique almost from the moment of its independence. As early as mid-1974, there were meetings in Salisbury about this effort. 48 Rhodesia also aided South Africa in creating mercenary forces in Namibia. Mercenaries who had fought in Rhodesia often made their way to Namibia, where South Africa reputedly paid better wages. Big John Murphy was born in the United States in 1943. Tall, with blonde hair and penetrating blue eyes, he was, according to Soldier of Fortune, a legend in Rhodesia, where he served with the Rhodesian Light Infantry, Sea Squadron, Special Air Service, and finally the Silla Scouts Strike Force. He participated in raids into Mozambique where his ability and performance prompted offers of medals. Eventually he led the SS Strike Force for 2 years, leading nearly every cross-border raid and preemptive strike the Rhodesian army carried out against communist terrorists in Mozambique and Zambia. On the day Murphy and his spouse left to return to the United States, the magazine reported, Salisbury International Airport was the scene of the largest party-cum-riot in its history. A civilian turned to a scout and said, "You would have thought it was Ian Smith leaving." Soon, Murphy returned from the United States to join the South African Defense Force as a parachutist, then transferred to the elite No. 1 Reconnaissance Commando of Durban, which specialized in raids into Angola and attacks against SWAPO terrorists in Namibia. He died in Durban in 1980. 49 Murphy, who had been an officer in the U.S. Marines and had served in Vietnam, where he was awarded a Bronze Star with Valor and Oak Leaves and a Purple Heart, was sorely missed by those who held white supremacy dear. 5 Murphy was an example of the close ties that existed between the U.S. military and the military forces of Rhodesia and South Africa. He was not alone. General Magnus Malan of apartheid South Africa spent several years at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, with the U.S. Army Staff and General College, which played a leading role in formulating the Hearts and Minds approach in Southeast Asia. A number of South African citizens maintained dual citizenship with the United States, and in any case, when mercenaries came to the region from abroad, their names were often changed, and they received new passports. This makes it difficult to trace specifically how many mercenaries fought with these two minority regimes. Those U.S. citizens who traveled all the way to Rhodesia to fight Africans tended to fit certain contours, though admittedly these aspects were not universal. Often they were the dregs of society, fraught with personal problems, and, frequently, seething with anti-communism and racism. By some measures this could also be said generally of Europeans who decided to move to southern Africa to live. In 1961, a Ghanaian publication observed, the scum of England is poured into the colonies, briefless barristers, broken down merchants, ruined debauchees, the offal of every calling and profession are crammed into colonial places. Every year, it was said, a shipload of human flotsam and jetsam is sent to Angola and Mozambique from Portugal. Beggars, embittered hardship, thieves, assassins, incorrigible soldiers and sailors, together with a sprinkling of political exiles, are dumped into the colonies. They were called degradados, the degraded. 5. If anything, the quality of mercenaries was even worse. Journalists Wilfred Burchett and Derek Roebuck have argued that mercenaries are drawn from inadequate, discarded, the cruel, the bully, the unimaginative, the fantasist, the racist, and above all the greedy. 53. To be fair, the military generally often tended to attract psychopaths. For example, when Mexico sought to crush the Yaqui revolts of 1885 and 1898, it recruited a special force recruited from among criminals and bandits. 54. In building the French Foreign Legion, Paris recruited from a similar pool. 5. The anti-government rebels that Rhodesia supported in Mozambique were comprised heavily of drug abusers. 5. Still, the degraded who flocked most heavily into the Rhodesian military were mostly rank anti-communists, simple psychopaths, white supremacists, and bloodthirsty criminals. ZAPU claimed that the Rhodesian military generally preferred the relative safety of jail to the danger of combat, which provided them with a rationale for committing crimes. 90% of drunken driving charges in Bulawayo, they alleged, could be laid at the doorstep of the military. Reports of increase in crime by the military, rape, murder, assault, robbery, and excessive drinking and drug taking accelerated as the war dragged on. 57. Over the years, the tendency had arisen in Washington to rely on organized crime and various disreputable figures to execute tasks that Congress or public opinion generally found distasteful. 5. The influx of mercenaries from the United States into Rhodesia was consistent with this trend. Moreover, the war in Vietnam ended abruptly in 1975 just as the U.S. economy faced a recession that forced many to search for alternative livelihoods, and as a surfeit of combat-trained men were tossed into the market. Robert Brown, founder of Soldier of Fortune magazine in the United States, declared proudly, "The Vietnam War has left the U.S. with the largest number of unemployed combat-trained soldiers in the world. That's why I foresee most of the new mercenaries coming from here in the next few years." 5. Brown was not entirely mistaken, at least as far as Rhodesia was concerned. As the war escalated in the mid-1970s, young Euro-American men flooded into Salisbury. The briefing provided for them by Soldier of Fortune is telling, in terms of revealing what was deemed necessary for these mercenaries to know. There is no race war in Rhodesia, they were told. The communists are the bad guys, white or black. For many Euro-Americans weaned on fundamental ideas about white supremacy, this was a large dose to swallow. Others, schooled in the anti-communism of Vietnam, found this much more palatable. But there was a larger problem for the Rhodesian authorities, which they may not have bargained for. According to SAF, immigration inspectors in Salisbury had been told to be wary of American adventurers. Some are not allowed in. Rhodesians, the journal told its readers, have become quite good, thanks to many unfortunate experiences with Americans, at bullshit detection. They have developed excellent methods for checking out whatever claims you make. Evidently, U.S. mercenaries quickly had developed an unsavory reputation. They fibbed about their past military records and their skills. They were often rowdier than most, and it seemed they preferred blathering about military exploits at the nearest bar over displaying their valor on the battlefield. As the guide put it, every American visiting Rhodesia hears so many unpleasant stories about other Americans that one is tempted to just shake one's head with the crowd and pretend to be a Canadian. There were numerous kooks, waidas, phonies, and get-rich-quick types, who went around town unshaven, with dirty levis and a camouflage shirt. "Please," the journal implored, "buy at least one real suit. Please," the magazine begged, "say please and thank you in commercial establishments and elsewhere." Of course, there were more practical hints. For information on work, hang out around the Oasis Bar, the Terrace Cane Hotel Bar, or the Monomatopa Hotel Bar. If you to go to Ruzapai and hang around the hotel bar there, letting everyone know your purpose, you'll be offered a job sooner or later. These criticisms, on the other hand, were not those of Soldier of Fortune alone. In 1979, journalist Al J. Venter noted, Rhodesia was in recent years flooded by hundreds of American Vietnam veterans looking for their own version of military kicks. The majority found the routine too rough to last more than a few months. The desertion rate among American citizens who have joined the Rhodesian Army over the past 2 years is estimated to run to about 80 per cent. Asterisk. Those who stayed seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time in parlors and taverns spinning war stories largely thought to be apocryphal degree. These caustic observations did not capture the full complexity of the U.S. mercenary experience in Rhodesia, for as shall be seen, some of Rhodesia's most reliable warriors came from across the Atlantic. Still, Venter did have a point when he suggested that some of these would-be soldiers of fortune simply were not ready to fight a war in Africa. Like college students excited about spending a year abroad in Kuala Lumpur, then becoming bored and restless after being there for 3 days, U.S. mercenaries often soured quickly on the supposed adventure of fighting in Africa. Unfortunately for the Rhodesians, the African troops they recruited were often little better, which only encouraged Salisbury to scour the world for more mercenaries. According to Venter, Musawa, Sithole, and other African leaders allied with Salisbury, insisted that the security guards placed outside their homes be white and not black. Registered African troops were viewed as unreliable politically, possibly spies for the liberation forces, and keen to point their weapons in the wrong direction. One analysis concluded that many of the Africans recruited into the military forces were criminal elements or former guerrillas of questionable loyalty degree. Still, forced to choose between unreliable Africans and weird mercenaries, Salisbury seemed to prefer the latter. By 1977 the press was reporting that the United States, along with Britain, is now providing most of the Rhodesian Army's foreign volunteers. The Rhodesian Light Infantry, it was said, had about 40% foreigners, with several hundred Americans serving there and in the SAS, Corps of Engineers and the Armored Corps. 6. But this reliance brought the Salisbury regime problems they may not have anticipated. Early in 1977 3 recent U.S. recruits stole a plane and deserted. 2 were with the light infantry, the other was with the Silas Scouts. One of the deserters was suspected of involvement in a $13,000 armed robbery of a jeweler. The parents of one of the accused charged that Salisbury had not kept its promise of high rank and high pay, and that this had forced the hand of their son. The 3 recruits were, like many mercenaries, quixotically unstable. Dennis Pierce had been in the U.S. military for 9 years before his discharge the previous March. He could not find a job at home and so decided to try his luck in Rhodesia. He reportedly fled Rhodesia when his commanding officers had threatened to take him to the back room and rough him up. Registered 7. One of his comrades, Michael Bex of Florida, fled to Brazil. The other, Douglas Shirk, fled to South Africa before being arrested at gunpoint. Registered 8. Shirk, 28, a former soldier with the U.S. Special Forces, had fought against the MPLA regime in Angola before coming to Rhodesia. In South Africa, he was tied to the Wild Geese Club, a sort of mercenary labor hall in Johannesburg. This was not an isolated incident. William Atkins was also from the United States and serving with the Rhodesian military. As the war was winding down, he was arrested and deported by the Salisbury authorities. He pulled a gun when the police came to arrest him and was dragged away bound hand and foot. Earlier he had been court-martialed for assault and pointing a weapon at an officer, who Atkins claimed had been surveilling him. 7. Such episodes caused Salisbury to express concern about the caliber of the mercenaries that were entering the country. But it was difficult to move from expressing concern to rejecting recruits, because Salisbury was desperate for soldiers, especially those from the pan-European world. In the early stages of the war, Rhodesia had 1,200 in its air force, Along with 45 planes, there were also a reported 2,700 South African troops stationed in Rhodesia. By 1970, Salisbury's military budget was reputed to be $17.9 million. By 1979, there was a Rhodesian army of 20,000, the Scilla Scouts numbered 1,800, and the British South African Police had a force of 6,000. There were 35,000 police reservists and 6,000 guards at protected villages. Staffing all of these posts was no simple feat when there may not have been more than 110,000 European males of all ages in the country. 73 Not surprisingly, by 1976 the ratio of black soldiers to white soldiers in Rhodesia was 2-1. Equally unsurprising was the fact that Rhodesians had been nervous about placing rifles in the hands of Africans since the Rhodesian African rifles were initiated. This fear of and necessity for African soldiers created a certain loathing in certain sectors of Rhodesian society. The men of the RAR were portrayed as the picture of absolute laziness. All they wanted, it was said, was beer and women. 74 Inevitably, there was ambivalence about training Africans militarily, for there was a not unreasonable fear that weapons might be turned against Rhodesians, not other Africans. 75 As the war progressed, the weaknesses of the U.S. mercenaries and Rhodesian fear of their own African troops caused Salisbury to cast its net ever wider. As early as 1965 it was charged that Rhodesia was recruiting from among the French forces that had recently been defeated in Algeria and among Cubans sent fleeing by the Castro regime in Havana. Yet, it was not only hard-bitten and experienced soldiers who were needed. With aspirations toward a modern economy, Rhodesia also needed technicians of various sorts: engineers, doctors, architects preferably of European descent. U.S., British, and West German firms supplied what were called white-collar mercenaries, that is, highly paid technicians. 77 sophisticated and crude networks in the United States were instrumental in making sure that mercenaries and technicians reached Rhodesia. Anti-Rhodesian elements in the United States charged that counterinsurgency troops bound for Zimbabwe were trained by U.S. Vietnam veterans at Quantico Marine Base in Virginia. The United States was accused of supplying small arms, tear gas, aircraft parts, trucks, and many other items to Rhodesia via South African channels. 78 There were also unofficial channels for supplying American personnel to Rhodesia. Zimbabwe Review alleged that on 135th Street in the middle of Harlem, Roy Innes, a leader of the erstwhile civil rights organization CORE, was busily recruiting mercenaries to fight in southern Africa. As a reporter entered the drab office on the garbage-strewn street, he found this scene. One of the men was shouting into a telephone, "Operator, can't you put through that call to Zaire?" The bearded, imposing Innes, an African-American with roots in the Virgin Islands, said, "I'm looking for some good riflemen and black colonels. We are recruiting a regiment. We have a force ready to provide police functions in Africa." 7. Now Innes was known for bluster, and it is unclear how many if any mercenaries he was able to send to Africa. Still, if Innes was not able to accomplish this task, there certainly were others who did. This was noticed by the Africans in the countryside. Mercenaries, with no ties to the nation, quickly developed a reputation for brutality that surpassed the normal level that accompanied this relentlessly savage conflict. There were distinguishing characteristics that helped Africans to tell who these men were. Teddy Magugu, a Zimbabwean interviewed about her war experiences, recalled seeing white soldiers with earrings. "I really do not think they were Smith soldiers at all. I suspect they came from other countries because of the way they behaved and looked, with their earrings. These mercenaries seemed to be more tenacious than ordinary Rhodesian soldiers," some Zimbabweans said. 2 The scholar Ken Manango has suggested that Africans could distinguish mercenaries by their accents, the strange languages they spoke, and their total ignorance of local folkways and languages. Registered U.S. citizens served the Rhodesian war effort in many ways. In 1978, 4 Ohio men, including a former bounty hunter in Rhodesia who once worked for Larry Flynt of Hustler magazine, were sentenced for running guns to Salisbury. They were arrested in Hartford, Connecticut, as they were about to buy 615 semi-automatic handguns from undercover agents posing as Canadian arms dealers. At the time, these handguns could bring up to $800 each in southern Africa. The foursome also discussed buying M16 rifles. 2 of the 4 were former members of the Green Berets. 1, James Bolin, had worked under CIA direction in Laos and Cambodia. 8. In addition to appeals to ideology, principally those of white supremacy and anti-communism, material incentives proved quite powerful in attracting U.S. mercenaries to Rhodesia, though they often had to fight to maintain their privileged status once they arrived. The writer Angus Shaw has recalled, if you wanted to exchange your council house in the East End for a place in the sun with a pool and servants, you'd most likely have to fight for it sooner or later. If you wanted a black houseboy in a white cotton uniform to wash the dishes and a garden boy to cut the grass you never had in the UK, there was obviously going to be a price. If keeping the new middle-class affluence that an assisted passage under Smithy's white immigration drive provided to newcomers meant burning down the odd village, so be it. It was not just the wages of whiteness or the psychological benefit from being part of a perceived superior group that motivated mercenaries, it was also the prospect of a better material life. Another incentive for U.S. mercenaries was that during the course of UPI the U.S. government did not pursue actively the prosecution of their citizenry for violations of various laws that forbade involvement in foreign conflicts. Nor did these mercenaries risk losing their U.S. citizenship by fighting for Rhodesia, and, in any event, Salisbury could provide them with alternative identities if necessary. UDI occurred during an era of conservative ascendancy, as Republicans triumphed in 1968 and 1972 and maintained strength even while losing the White House in 1976. As such, there was little incentive for the executive branch to pursue these transgressions. The prototypical mercenary was not vastly dissimilar from the prototype of the majorities being piled up by the Republicans. These mercenaries were of conservative bent and were infused with disenchant. Meant with current U.S. foreign policy, most had previous service in the U.S. Armed Forces, a craving for adventure, and were seized with the notion that by fighting in Africa they were picking up where withdrawing U.S. forces left off in Vietnam. The conflict that gripped Rhodesia from 1965 to 1980 was quite vicious. The explosive brew of white supremacy and anti-communism mixed with a powerful Rhodesian arsenal and a desire for a more affluent life to create a war that was intense in its depravity. U.S. mercenaries contributed mightily to this strife, but the path for their arrival was lubricated by U.S. propagandists and the ancient practice of nations, like the United States, of dumping the dregs of their society elsewhere. The litany of atrocities during the war numbed the mind. Dr. Herbert Ushawankins, a ZANU leader, found napalm burns and poisoning among Africans. Some were afflicted with epileptic fits that led to death within 30 minutes. This, he asserted, was a product of germ warfare. 85 The Rhodesians, it was charged, frequently propped up dead bodies at schools to suggest that this death would happen to youth if they dared to join the liberation forces. African children were shown brutal films with graphic scenes of hyenas hunting then devouring liberation fighters. Sent much of this brutality was propelled by the Silas Scouts, named after Theodore Roosevelt's friend F.C. Silas and modeled after the Green Berets in the United States. The Scouts were largely responsible for the soaring civilian casualties in Rhodesia. As the war increased in intensity after the downfall of the fascist regime in Portugal in 1974, the body count increased right along with it. Scholar J.K. Cilliers says that in 1978 a full 68% of all insurgent fatalities inside Rhodesia could be attributed to the Silas Scouts. 87 Silas Scouts were charged with murdering missionaries and innocent villagers, adults and children alike. 88 The Silas Scouts were a favorite unit of U.S. mercenaries, and its officers included U.S. citizens. 8. In March 1977 the Herald of Rhodesia, which operated under a wartime mandate not to reveal sensitive information about the provenance of Salisbury's military, revealed that a Special Forces soldier in Vietnam for 2 years is now one of 2 Americans. The other is a captain in the Silas Scouts. Degree perhaps because they were not from Rhodesia and because they often arrived with negative attitudes about Africans, These U.S. irregulars were accused of being guilty of crimes which decent white Rhodesians would never commit. This apologia for Rhodesians was an exaggeration but indicative of the reputation that U.S. mercenaries had obtained. These U.S. mercenaries were said to have imported to Rhodesia some of the nefarious tactics they deployed in Vietnam. In 1965, Jonathan Mirsky was for a period on the Cambodian border with the Americans, who were then pioneering in developing counterinsurgency warfare. He described some of the popular techniques. One of them, dressed in black, his face stained brown and speaking good Vietnamese, would dress like liberation forces, then go on a murdering spree. He reported that the Americans were very proud of this operation, sometimes even amused, as if it were a practical joke. Such tactics became the hallmark of the Scouts. Scouts. 22 When an anti-terrorist unit organized by Rhodesian farmers took the name Hell's Angels, the moniker of a notorious U.S. motorcycle gang, it was further evidence of this pervasive U.S. influence. Even the unraveling of the Scouts had a particularly U.S. odor to it. In August 1979, Ron Reed Daley, leader of the SS, quit and moved to South Africa after being accused of ivory smuggling and arms trafficking and selling captured Russian AK-47 assault rifles for $600 each to American arms dealers. Plus allegations about Reed Daley's illicit business involvement with U.S. citizens came as no surprise to those who watched the SS closely. In part because of their small numbers, the Rhodesians adopted scorched earth tactics in the countryside, where the bulk of the war was fought burning villages, killing and jailing the residents. In 1977, Sister Janice McLaughlin, a U.S. nun who had been jailed in Rhodesia, observed, "Rhodesia's jails are very overcrowded, as I was able to witness myself. In the prison which I was held there were 6 detainees and more than 260 prisoners. In the next prison, which was for men, there were more than 800 to 900 prisoners. Since 1965, if not before, the country had been in a constant state of emergency. The regulations have been amended 32 times to make them more repressive and strict," McLaughlin said. Copyright. According to the Liberation Forces, the United States was partially responsible for the depredations committed by the Rhodesians. In 1978, the Zimbabwe Review charged that the regime's bloodthirsty soldiers, among whom were American mercenaries who were identified by their accent, fired a barrage of shots into a house in Harare Township, Salisbury, killing 5 occupants who included a woman, a young girl and a very young baby boy. 7. The already vile nature of the war took a decided turn for the worse after April 1974 with the downfall of the regime in Lisbon and subsequent escalation of fighting on the border between Rhodesia and Mozambique. Less than 2 weeks before this turning point, Lisbon was lecturing Salisbury about how the guerrilla war should be conducted. Portugal, which had developed a reputation all its own for barbarism in fighting the Frelimo forces in Mozambique, the PAIGC in Guinea-Bissau, and the MPLA forces in Angola, felt Rhodesia was much too cruel in confronting the insurgency. The Portuguese criticized Salisbury's policy of population resettlement and destruction of Africans' crops. An official identified as the Eastern Angolan Zone commander decried the fact that Rhodesians still have the same sort of colonial type of arrogance that keeps them leagues apart from their natives, and cautioned, "Unless they can do as we have done, we Portuguese can, without loss of face, come down to the level of the African, the psychological battle will be lost." 8. When the Lisbon regime was dislodged only days after these words were uttered, it helped to reinforce the idea that it would be foolish for Salisbury to relent in confronting the guerrillas and that it instead should step up the level of intensity. One reason for Salisbury's inability to follow the Portuguese officer's suggestion was the social base of the ruling Rhodesian front. It was heavily comprised of farmers who were heavily dependent on African labor. As one disgruntled former RF member put it, these farmers were quite concerned that their supply of cheap labor will diminish because of the industrialization of the country. Thus, it was thought, the war was not only a conflict designed to keep African labor docile but also one aimed at freezing in place a particular economic system. As the war was fought predominantly in the countryside, Rhodesian farmers suffered heavy casualties compared to their urban counterparts. In turn, this base of farmers made Salisbury relatively impervious to the entreaties of U.S. Democratic administrations, particularly Democrats inclined to align with urban industrialists and who had within their constituency tobacco farmers in the U.S. South, who saw Rhodesian farmers as competitors. The farmers were the bulwark of the RF, but as the war progressed, more and more Rhodesians flocked to Bulawayo and Salisbury. This created problems for both the RF and the war it was prosecuting. The depletion of Rhodesian forces in rural areas often gave the guerrillas free rein there. The relatively soft style of life that could be enjoyed in the cities, replete with servants to attend to every need, did not put Rhodesians in the mood to fight a war. Historians Ian Hancock and Peter Godwin have disparaged the image of Rhodesians as healthy, robust outdoorsmen. At best this could be said to apply to the farmers. But in the cities, it was hard not to notice beer guts, of older men straining the seams of safari suits, and chain-smoking wives with deplorable postures. Rhodesians were infamous imbibers of alcoholic beverages. Hancock and Godwin cite evidence that 1 in 14 adult Rhodesians was a confirmed alcoholic. 1 Such a state of affairs further guaranteed that Salisbury would be forced to rely on mercenaries to fight their war. In 1978 the Zimbabwe Review reported that Rhodesian forces at Thornhill Air Base in Gwilo numbered 1,800, 17% of whom hailed from the United States. The Rhodesian Air Force at that time, said Malawian leader Hastings Bunda, could raise all towns of Central and East Africa within 24 hours. ZAPU charged that prominent U.S. suppliers like North American Aviation, McDonnell Douglas, Beechcraft, and the U.S. Tactical Air Command were cooperating with Thornhill, particularly in funding a special warfare center, investigate and test methods for the aerial fighting against national liberation movements. 1 degree. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, it was reported, was a conduit for American, and other Western arms to fascist Rhodesia. U.S. made parachutes were found in a Rhodesian plane shot down by ZAPU. 102 These highly charged allegations about U.S. involvement were confirmed in broad outline by contemporaneous observers. Degree. The anti-apartheid movement in Britain recorded in 1979 that Rhodesia had 12 air-match Lockheed Trojans AL-60C4, light military aircraft built under license in Italy at the behest of the U.S. manufacturer, Lockheed, then licensed in turn to a South African firm. This aircraft was powered by Lycoming engines made by Avco, another U.S. corporation. As early as February 1970 the United States granted the first of 10 licenses for export of Lockheed CR-30 cargo planes to SAFAIR of South Africa, which flew supplies to Pretoria's troops in Rhodesia. Rhodesia had 3 of the Boeing 720, a long-range cargo aircraft that was a variant of the 707, all originally owned by U.S.-based Eastern Airlines. For sanctions busting, Rhodesia relied on planes obtained from National Aircraft Leasing in Chicago and Tiger Air in Los Angeles. Rhodesia had 20 or more Cessna Reams planes, known as Lynxes, and 4 OVV-10F twin fuselage spotter aircraft, known as Broncos, which were both highly effective in counterinsurgency. Said to be the deadliest aircraft in the world, the Bronco had been used extensively in Vietnam. It does seem certain, the AAM concluded, that the transfer to Rhodesia could not have been carried out without high-level assistance from the U.S. government. Another analysis, conducted by the International Defense and Aid Fund, concluded that such transfers allowed the Smith regime to carry on where it might otherwise have been faced with collapse. 295. Investigators traced the journey of Ford trucks, field cannon, and 900 tons of small arms and mortar from New York City on May 21, 1977 to Newfoundland in Canada to Antigua in the Caribbean, then to Cape Town and by rail to Rhodesia. Moreover, Huey helicopters made by the U.S. firm Bell Textron, used in Vietnam and produced under license in West Germany and Italy, and numerous rifles and tanks somehow wound up in Rhodesia. Salisbury paid heavily for such arms transfers, spending an estimated 75 pence million or about $2 million per day on the war. Degree 7. A report published in Flight International noted that Bell helicopters were ordered from Italy for Kuwait, arrived in Lebanon, then passed on to Israel. Tel Aviv, the report noted, may have passed the aircraft directly to Rhodesia or used them to replace older models in its own armed forces so that second-hand examples could be released for unofficial export. 18. Henrik Ellert's examination of the Rhodesian arsenal revealed the presence of riot guns 7 pounds in weight, 28 inches in length, constructed of light aluminum alloy, with a range up to Ru yards that were made in the United States. There were also American Federal hand grenade that emitted tear smoke. Degree. In the late 1970s, Salisbury was able to obtain from Belgium 260 Che Marchetti aircraft, which were outfitted with an American Lycoming engine and American Hartzell propellers. According to press reports, the plane was ideal for anti-guerrilla warfare. It only needs a short runway. It has rapid acceleration and it can turn very fast. The plane can be armed with gun pods, bombs, or rockets. Air Associates of Skokie, Illinois, acted as middlemen in various arms transfers to Salisbury, including this one. This was not the only form of sanctions busting that implicated the United States. Jack Malik, an intrepid pilot, was well known for flying supplies into Salisbury and other Rhodesian sites in violation of international law. He used 6 DC-7-1 planes from Pan Am of the United States. And 2 others from McDonnell Douglas, the cargo/passenger version of the DC-8 passenger airline. There was also a Lockheed Super Constellation, among other aircraft. Because of its relatively tiny population of Europeans, Rhodesia was also forced to rely on the United States and other nations for military and intelligence personnel. Rhodesia's active forces went from 13,500 in 1968 to 50,000 in 1978, and the reserves increased at a similar rate. 12. This increase, it was charged, came as a result of recruiting of mercenaries. In September 1979, Joshua Komu alleged that 60% of Rhodesia's military was comprised of mercenaries, which did not include dozens toiling for intelligence services. According to a report by the AAM of Britain, Salisbury was known to favor men without financial, family or other commitments. Mercenaries, the report continued, have earned a reputation for callousness exceeding even that of white Rhodesian troops, extending even to Kaffir hunting, the indiscriminate shooting of blacks. Units that tended to attract mercenaries, for example, the Scylla Scouts and Greys Scouts, were particularly notorious. They arrested, detained, and executed suspects. They destroyed homes and property of Africans. The AAM concluded, the Rhodesian security forces provide a home for those who hold violently racist and right-wing views, plus a whole range of disenchanted strangers from past and present counterinsurgency wars. Nationals from the United States, it noted, were high on this list of accusation. 13. Salisbury sought to learn from the American concept of stability operations or psychological operations, for example, propping up dead bodies in front of schools. Scholar J.K. Cilliers has identified CIA agents in the Rhodesian Air Force who were a useful conduit for transmitting U.S. tactics to Salisbury. However, this influx of recruits from the United States had a notable downside, for, reports Cilliers, senior Army and other commanders exercised little caution in distributing classified information within the white community, as the general attitude prevailing was that a white face was secure and a black one not. With the influx of foreigners into the security forces, Special Branch was literally swamped and found it impossible to clear personnel from the United States of America, Portugal, or elsewhere. Cilliers notes wryly, a fact that never ceased to intrigue intelligence officers was that the defense forces of the insurgent host countries were invariably put on alert before an external raid by Rhodesia. For the according of privilege to whiteness served to create openings for intelligence agents from unfriendly nations, Cubans, for example, who were quite practiced in generating U.S. accents and mannerisms that could easily deceive the unwary. Still, it is understandable why Salisbury bent over backwards to accommodate U.S. citizens, for they proved so helpful to the war effort in so many different ways. In the fall of 1978, a not uncommon event occurred in Salisbury. 2 U.S. generals arrived in town. Major General Richard Cooper and Major General J. Milner Roberts were the honored guests this time. Cooper was president of the U.S. Army's Reserve Officers Association, and Roberts was that organization's executive director. Their group had been chartered by Congress to advise on national defense and was a constituent member of the Non-Governmental Coalition for Peace Through Strength, which was instrumental in bringing the Soviet Union to its knees over the next decades. Press reports were unclear about the exact reasons why these gentlemen found themselves in South-Central Africa during the height of a major war, though it was acknowledged that they met with Ian Smith, Peter Walls, and other high-level Rhodesian military officials. It can be surmised that they provided military opinions. Cooper did at least provide encouragement to the Rhodesians, comparing them to the early American pioneers. He encouraged them to hold out against the odds until the cavalry comes. Actually, he had a point. The Berlin Wall crumbled in 1989, and with it collapsed many of the regimes that had supplied the liberation forces materially and militarily. Historical speculation is always risky, but it is intriguing to conjecture what would have happened if Rhodesia could have held out longer. For evidently, Cooper, like many on both sides of the Atlantic, was looking ahead to the 1980 election, which did lead to the victory of conservative Republican Ronald Reagan, with the feeling that this new administration would provide the cavalry to bail out Salisbury. But even before a Republican ascendancy in the White House, there were useful tasks that could be provided by those from the United States. In early 1979, the Zimbabwe People's Voice charged, American money is being brought in two forms: loans laundered through the CRA and arms sent through a relay of countries to try to obliterate their trail. It is estimated that the U.S. has made available through the C1A approximately 23% of the Rhodesian war budget. In late 1976, the United States was reputed to be aiding Rhodesia in building 3 military airports. At this date, it is not possible to ascertain whether the U.S. involvement actually meant rogue or unwitting elements in the U.S. government or simply overzealous U.S. citizens. It is possible to say, however, that the role of the United States, broadly conceived and defined, was considerable. John Coe came to Rhodesia the day after he graduated from Ohio State University in 1972 and began keeping a journal. At the Columbus campus, he was in the U.S. Marine Corps' Platoon Leaders class, as part of their officer training program. He was an Eagle Scout and had plans for joining the Rhodesian Forestry Commission. Profiteering was not his motive, since he made only $100 per month upon arriving in Africa. Eventually, he became a Fire Force medic in the Rhodesian Light Infantry. On his first day at Commando School in Rhodesia, 26 March 1972, he found fellow U.S. citizens present. One was from Cleveland, but of Zambian origin with an African name that Coe couldn't remember. Like so many mercenaries, Coe's colleague had been in the United States Marines and served in Vietnam. But soon Coe discovered there were others from the United States in the commando battalions and recorded their stories in his journal. The first, I hear, deserted and went back to the States. The other, from California, is still here. There were many others from the pan-European world, to the point where they decided to up the barrack room with flags of the countries of our origin. Why did John Coe come to Rhodesia in 1972, when the country was writhing in war? Most of all, he announced with confidence, I am helping to unify the Europeans. They are coming to realize that there is no important difference between Americans, white Africans, or Europeans. I believe that only when all European peoples are unified, can communism and the alien conspiracy be smashed. Coe was also a fervent Christian, and saving the world from what he might have called godless communism was another motivating factor. While in Rhodesia, he regularly attended Baptist church services, but he was dissatisfied with these Baptists because they are convinced that the Zionist takeover of Palestine is the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. He begged to differ. He had other differences with the Rhodesians. For example, Ian Smith was too far to the left for his tastes. Yet, despite these differences, he wrote, T was told by our training officer that I am one of the best recruits they have and stand a good chance of winning a Recruit of the Year award. During a 15-mile endurance march, he finished number 1 on the first 10-mile segment. He was one of a select few chosen for officer training. Another American from South Dakota was chosen too. He and his family have been in Rhodesia about 2.5 years, wrote Coe. Coe enjoyed immensely his combat duty in Rhodesia. We fight as during the Indian Wars, he said happily, tracking, stalking and ambushing. He began publishing articles in South African publications under the name Johan Kutsi. Once he wrote an article for a Rhodesian publication that was not appreciated by his comrades, since it supposedly destroyed the misconception about America being pro-Western. Though profit was not his driving motive for his writing or his military service, it was not irrelevant either. The 70% pay increase he received provided him with paroxysms of joy. This moved him to want to donate a large U.S. flag to the Anglican Cathedral in Salisbury. I think enough Americans have contributed to this fight to warrant putting up the stars and stripes as a token. In early December 1973 he had just returned from 29 days on patrol in Tete province in Mozambique. His presence in a nation soon to be dominated by Marxist-oriented Frelimo guerrillas moved him to the weighty idea that communism, internationalism, and Zionism can only be overthrown by the power of the gospel. He became almost hysterical with anxiety about Chinese influence in the region, writing, "My hairline is receding now. I suppose it's from worrying too much." By the spring of 1974 his worries had become almost delusional, as he expressed anguish about alleged communist rule in the Congo of Joseph Mobutu. By May 1974 he was an instructor, teaching as we did it at Quantico the Marine Way. Again, Coe was not the only U.S. citizen, nor the only fan of the Marines, in Rhodesia. Soon thereafter he met a man from North Carolina who had joined up this week and was a Marine with the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean. Then he met another man from Minnesota who also had just joined. The proliferation of U.S. citizens was reassuring to the Rhodesians. As a medic, Coe did a lumbar puncture on one of the troops and helped a commanding officer write a service paper for his staff course. He was acquitting himself well, or so the Rhodesians thought. By the fall of 1974 he was working with the support group company of the Rhodesian Light Infantry, specializing in mortar, tracking and running armored cars. He was one of the few medics with combat troops. He was reading about piscochemical warfare in his spare time and developing another weighty concern, the pace of the war. He wanted to use the weapon of starvation against Mozambicans and Zambians and did not appreciate that his tactics were not adopted. In June 1975 he took a break, traveling to South Africa, where, he wrote, I had no trouble getting a new passport. In spite of the fact that I am in a foreign army. He found this amusing, what a chuckle filling out these papers under a portrait of Henry Kissinger. That was one of the last laughs he enjoyed. A few weeks later he was dead, and his parents were receiving notes of sympathy from Lester Maddox, the racist politician from Georgia, and Willis Carto, the notorious anti-Semite of the Liberty Lobby. John Coe was killed in July 1975 by guerrillas as he rushed with the Red Cross flag to aid fallen comrades in battle. He was given the dubious honor of being regarded as the first U.S. citizen to die fighting for Rhodesia during the war. His parents, though saddened by their son's death, were quick to note upon arriving in Rhodesia that since this nation was the last bastion for fighting communism that is left in the Western world, John's passing was not in vain. 7 Coe was not the last U.S. mercenary to fall in battle for Rhodesia. Strikingly, his ideas white supremacy, anti-communism, and a casually feral attitude toward the suffering of Africans were not unique, they were typical of many from the United States who followed him on the terrain of war. In an era when it seemed that communists, loosely defined, had just defeated the United States or the West in Vietnam and had triumphed again in Mozambique and Angola, considerable apprehension developed among a number of Euro-Americans. They worried that their valued way of life was in peril. Rhodesia seemed to present a patch of land where comrades from the pan-European world were in dire need of assistance, Perhaps, it was thought, if they could defeat the communists there, this would stave off their rising in the United States itself. This anti-communism was mixed liberally with white supremacy, for the arrival of the communists meant the rule of Africans, the falling of standards, and the collapse of civilization. To prevent this catastrophe, any amount of brutality could be rationalized. Such ideas were not peculiar to Rhodesians or their U.S. allies but were also widespread among the European minority in southern Africa. Khoury was part of the ultra-right. This part of the body politic in the United States had attained an efflorescence of sorts in 1964, during the unsuccessful presidential race of Barry Goldwater, but it was thought to have declined since then. However, the ideas of the ultra-right were embraced by a sizable segment of the population, and in some precincts, for example, in influential Southern California, Arizona, Southern Florida, and other parts of the Sun Belt, their ideas were far from marginal. 1. 2. Their rise was synonymous with the rise of a conservatism that was far from being a localized phenomenon, as Khoury's Ohio roots suggested. Truth be told, the rise of conservatism was an international phenomenon. There were reports of training camps for Southern African mercenaries located in Europe, Holland, and southwestern Germany. Notably, a plurality of those involved were said to be from the United States, including instructors who were former GIs. 3. A recruiting officer for the Rhodesian Army told Soldier of Fortune magazine, "We require an individual to pay his own transportation costs if he is accepted. We reimburse the volunteer 3 months after he enters service." 24. What about the U.S. Federal Code, which barred recruitment of U.S. citizens for foreign armed forces? There was much discussion about enforcing the statute but little movement toward doing so. Thus, U.S. mercenaries had little to fear in terms of retribution from their government when considering fighting in Rhodesia. 125 Mercenaries were recruited openly not only in Soldier of Fortune but also in Shotgun News, Gun Week, Sports Afield, Shooting Times, Guns Magazine, and other periodicals likely to be read by those with expertise in wielding weapons. There was considerable interest in this dangerous job, not least because salaries could amount to up to $3,000 per month. Yet, the allure of dollars could not always keep U.S. mercenaries on the battlefield. Desertions, deaths, and doubts about the future have thinned the ranks of American soldiers fighting with Rhodesian forces, was the conclusion of one analyst, who cited the opinion of one veteran mercenary. The only ones left are the hardcore professionals, says an American major, who for 3 years had commanded a unit of black troops. 7 This bleak assessment was made in 1976 and was reflective of the shock to the Rhodesian system provided by the post-1974 offensive by the guerrillas. Evidently this was not an opinion shared by L.H. Mike Williams of San Antonio, Texas, a former administrator of a boat service at a scuba diving school in Florida who rose to be one of Rhodesia's most effective soldiers. 8 Enlisting in the U.S. Army in 1942, he fought in Italy and by 1948 had become a second lieutenant. He then fought in Korea, where he commanded the 3rd Partisan Infantry Regiment, comprised of about 1,500 North Korean and Chinese defectors. 2 degrees later he served with the Special Forces and was discharged in 1960. In 1964, he joined Mike Horne in the Congo and by 1975 was trying to fight in Angola. After that debacle concluded, he moved on to Rhodesia, where he became a captain, then a major. An admiring U.S. writer, Robin Moore, boasted that not only was Williams the highest-ranking U.S. citizen in Rhodesia, but the badliest soldier also had not missed a war since he was 18 years old, and fought in Europe from D-Day to VE Day. Moore reported that Williams was one of the first 20 men to form the Green Berets and that he spoke Russian, French, and Spanish. 13 Posted at Mount Darwin, Williams commanded colored troops. He became second in command of Gray's Scouts, a mounted brigade. There he became friendly with other U.S. citizens who served in Rhodesia, including Captain John Early. Early had fought in Vietnam and served 2 years with the Silas Scouts. Darrell Winkler of Ohio, who fought with the Black Devils Armored Unit, was also in Rhodesia, along with Jack Wilkie, a former Florida police officer who rose to the rank of captain in the Rhodesian forces. Other fellow mercenaries included Robert Brown, George Mullen, James Knapp, and Scott Caldwell. 1 #. They shared Williams's viewpoint that Rhodesia was the only country now that is actually fighting communism in Africa and, therefore, was worth saving. Asterisk. According to Moore's account, Williams was handed one of the toughest jobs in the Rhodesian army. Command of the 5th Protection Company at Rutenga, guarding the railway. Williams explained one challenge of his job this way: discipline in colored units has to be very strict, he warned. The officer must be able to belt one over the head with a pistol if you can't handle them. Like African troops, those who were colored were placed in an untenable position. They were fighting for a regime that persecuted them, while being commanded frequently by mercenaries that brutalized them. As time passed, Salisbury became increasingly dependent on such unsteady arrangements which virtually assured the regime's demise. By August 1976, Williams had become a major, partially as a result of his ability to inflict such harsh discipline upon his charges. One evening 5 months later, he and his company were on patrol in the area of St. Benedict's Catholic Mission, the most hostile tribal trust territory. Williams did not connect this fury to his allegation that they were also the best educated tribesmen in the country. Suddenly, stirrup was shot off and his horse hit in the side of the face, throwing to the ground. Pain tore through his side and he later discovered he had 2 broken ribs. The company had been attacked by guerrillas, and a fervid firefight ensued. They barely escaped, and the injured Williams had to depart for Florida to recuperate. By November 1977, however, he was back in Bulawayo, no less intent on subduing the Africans. Burning the villages to the ground and moving the people out to the protected villages was his preferred method of dealing with the insurgency. 133 Then, he explained, you can shoot anyone that moves in the evacuated area, since they have to be terrorists. These transplanted American methods of dealing with the Viet Cong in Vietnam were used in Rhodesia with similar impact. This policy served to infuriate the indigenous and did not forestall the defeat of those who formulated the strategy. Moreover, it may have worsened the morale of African and colored troops who were forced to hound their darker brethren. Williams's unit, Gray's Scouts, was also at the heart of a billowing controversy. In December 1977, Associated Press photographer J. Ross Bowman said that he saw members of a 25-man Rhodesian Army cavalry unit loot, burn down native huts and beat a local black politician and torture his daughter. He witnessed random beatings and saw one Rhodesian tie wire around the genitals of an African man, then watched while the soldier forced the man's daughter to pull the wire in an effort to make him suck in water being poured over his head. The incident had taken place weeks earlier in Lupani, 80 miles from Botswana. According to Bowman, he had seen white soldiers commit atrocities while on a 3-day mission with the Gray's Scouts. Bowman had met Williams at a party and persuaded the mercenary to arrange for him to accompany the unit. Bowman corroborated his stunning assertions with stark photographs of an African with a rope around his neck with 2 mounted Rhodesian soldiers in the background, one holding the rope, both holding rifles. Another picture Bowman took portrayed a Rhodesian soldier with a cocked pistol at the head of one African as 5 Africans in a row were forced to hold their position in a modified version of a push-up. 44 Apparently the AP photographer had convinced his compatriot, Williams, that he was sympathetic to the Rhodesian cause. When this proved not to be the case, Bowman was ordered to return to Salisbury, where some of his film was confiscated or spoilt. But not all of the damaging images he had captured were discovered, and when his photographs were published in newspapers across the globe, Salisbury suffered a devastating public relations setback. 3 degrees Williams's experience was not uncommon. In fact, a cursory examination of the experience of U.S. mercenaries reveals striking similarities. According to Robin Moore, there were more than 36 different nationalities in the Rhodesian light infantry, 15% of the total, all exclusively from the pan-European world. Many of them wandered from war to war, taking whatever skills they picked up in Rhodesia and moving on to Angola, Oman, or other battle. Fields that accommodated soldiers of fortune. Captain Colin Dace of the RLI was happy to report that any organization recruiting mercenaries for a war in Africa, or for that matter any other country in the world, will accept a Rhodesian army soldier on the spot, because of the strict and effective training they receive here. For mercenaries, Rhodesian service amounted to a postgraduate degree that could lead to richer assignments in the future. Among these mercenaries were a number of Green Berets, including a goodly number actively fighting with the Silas Scouts. They were flying helicopters and fighter planes in the Air Force, participating in special missions along the Mozambique border. A film adored by these combatants and those they defended was the Entebbe raid, which concerned Israel rescuing their nationals and others from Idi Amin's Uganda. Moore noted that Americans in the Rhodesian army aware the captain killed in that raid was an American citizen. Just as he was impressed by the Israelis' gumption, the pro-Rhodesian Moore also saw a clear parallel between Gray's Scouts and the cavalry units of the Indian Wars of the American West. 136 Like those who had subjugated Native Americans, Euro-Americans fighting in Rhodesia quickly developed a notorious reputation for savagery. "It's like a holiday to me," said one mercenary who had served in Vietnam. "These guys got no class," he said, referring to the guerrillas. "They just fire generally in your direction as they're retreating," said another American soldier. "You don't get scared because you know they're not going to hit you. They're terrible." He told of a government unit that was surprised by guerrillas and took cover in an old schoolhouse. "The guerrillas fired nearly 900 rounds, he said, and didn't hit anyone. They fired a rocket from about 25 yards and it went flying right over the building." 137 Such casual disregard of the capabilities of Africans also applied when the guerrillas' lives were at stake. Captured Africans were hung high with tight nooses until their necks snapped by Rhodesians and mercenaries alike in unsubtle neglect of the niceties of international law. However, these Euro-Americans, many of whom had fled racial tensions at home, were in no mood to navigate the subtleties of relevant Geneva Conventions. After the local Salisbury newspaper ran a story on the brutality of the military, Alex Glatz responded by noting, "Nobody was ever more guilty of sadistic brutality to new recruits than I was myself. As an NCO at Fort Hood, Texas, I used to sit down in the beer hall in the evenings with pencil and notebook figuring out new ways and means to torture the troops. 88 If fiendish delight was taken in torturing their own troops, one can only imagine what was done to the Africans." Robert Mugabe of ZANU did not have to imagine. In December 1977 he charged that mercenaries from the United States took part in last week's raids by Smith regime troops into Mozambique. Mostly women, children, hospitals were the victims. 3. It did seem that U.S. mercenaries were on the scene whenever atrocities against Africans were being committed. Mugabe may have had Roger Bowers in mind. The writer Bruce Moore-King recalls that Bowers was a former U.S. Army pilot in the Vietnam War who now Rhodesia's watchdogs of the bush. He had been notably successful in flying the light twin-engine planes. It was Bowers who rescued his fellow American Keith Nelson of DeKalb, Illinois, when his legs were blown off in a landmine accident flew him at top speed back to Salisbury Hospital. Bowers had spent 3 tours of combat flying in Vietnam, but was back in the United States and about to earn a college degree when the crisis in Angola occurred. This so upset him that he hurried to Rhodesia to fight back against such trends. In Rhodesia he was often found behind the controls of the Lynx, an updated version of the Skymaster, used for reconnaissance and air cover in Vietnam. He was no slouch as a pilot, having been awarded in the United States 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses, the Bronze Star with Valor and 5 Air Force medals. Once Bowers was on the Mozambican border and sighted guerrillas, he fired a smoke rocket to mark their position, then radioed back and gave the commando leader their exact position. In 6 minutes 2 helicopters were setting down a fire team on top of the enemy. Finding U.S. citizens in the midst of firefights in Rhodesia was not uncommon. A Rhodesian soldier, an acquaintance of Bruce Moore-King, recalled, "When we'd had a guy killed in an ambush, and we'd pulled in a senior boss boy, who'd known the TERs in the area, had supplied them with food. We got what we could out of him, then the boss told us to take him into the bush and shoot him. He didn't agree, you see, with sense of priorities. 4 of us took him for a walk, his hands cuffed behind him. We had an American with us, Chuck something or other, and he wanted to shoot the guy. So we found a path and pushed the man to his knees. He was crying and he'd shat himself. Chuck stepped back about 10 paces and knelt down. His hands were shaking with excitement, anticipation, and his eyes were shining. He took his time aiming, but between his shakes and being so close to his target, his first 2 shots were high, and the man in the handcuffs collapsed face down, blubbering in the dust. Chuck was taking deep breaths, trying to steady his hands and get a steady aim at the head, but it was taking an eternity, and the man on the ground turned his face to look, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I shot him through the side of the head. The official report was shot while trying to escape, and we left the body on the path for the locals to find, give them something to think about, you see. We took the cuffs off, though, they were in short supply. Most of all, though, I remember the sound of Chuck's deliberate, regular, deep breaths as he tried to steady his hands. But the clearest memory I have is of the way Chuck's eyes shining, and the way he was trying to regulate his breathing and steady his hands. 4 degrees. Many of those who crossed the Atlantic were not as queasy about murder. Both of Andrew Dane's parents were killed during World War II. He was brought up in foster homes, served in the British Army, then fought in the Congo with Mike Horne. He moved to the United States in 1967, then joined the U.S. Army and moved to Vietnam. A news clipping picked up his story from that point. In long-range intelligence patrols, he earned a reputation as a ruthless individual who wore a bowler hat on special occasions. He won 12 medals and commendations, including the Bronze Star and Purple Heart, and on discharge in 1973 settled among Mormons in Utah and set up a clandestine guerrilla training camp. He gave intensive field training programs including instruction in arms, bombs, booby traps, and grenades. While in the United States, the stocky, blonde terrorist collaborated with Irv Rubin of the Jewish Defense League in a conspiracy to murder Yasser Arafat. Then he came to Rhodesia to fight as a mercenary. There Dane retained his ferocity, though it did have limits. If you want your wife knocked off, he conceded, or your mother-in-law to be deceased suddenly, that's not my style. 41. In 1977 a Briton named Gordon Wood quit the Scilla Scouts after claiming that his unit had murdered unarmed civilians by dropping them from helicopters into the Zambezi River. Moreover, he charged, he and his CONFers had intentionally murdered missionaries deemed to be sympathetic to the guerrillas. 4. The SS leader, Major Ron Reed Daly, was said to have perfected his macabre techniques of murder during his stint fighting with the British Army in Malaya. 3 Yet it was difficult to ascribe the sins of Scilla Scouts to Reed Daly alone. He had plenty of help, particularly from his U.S. comrades. Pivotal in ensuring that the flow of U.S. mercenaries to Rhodesia continued uninterrupted was Soldier of Fortune magazine, published in Boulder, Colorado. Its pages contained articles glorifying those who fought for Salisbury and advertisements enticing those who might like to do so. There were numerous color photographs of mercenaries in action, providing romanticized images that tended to conflate the past fighting Native Americans in the Old West with the present, fighting Africans in Rhodesia. Anti-Rhodesia activists in Colorado charged that the largest circulation of the magazine was on military posts throughout the 146 different countries where the United States has military bases. 14 plus this facilitated the process whereby U.S. soldiers, recently decommissioned, could move without skipping a beat into the Rhodesia military or traipse off to other hotspots across the globe. The moving force behind SOR was its founder and publisher, Robert Brown. Born in 1932, Brown attended the University of Colorado and enlisted in the U.S. Army at the age of 21. He served in counterintelligence and was involved in the Bay of Pigs fiasco in 1961, when the United States sought to overthrow the Castro regime in Cuba. He fought in Vietnam from 1968 to 1970 and left with 14 scars and a problem with deafness as the result of a mortar bomb. These were not the only scars that he carried. As with so many mercenaries, a turning point in his life came when his marriage dissolved. This had made him even more adventurous and bitter than he had been before. Also, like the mercenaries he helped to recruit, he was a rabid anti-communist. His initial visit to Rhodesia was in 1974, as Salisbury began to realize that the war was intensifying. #degree He arrived again at another critical moment, days after the November 1976 election that brought Jimmy Carter to the White House and Andrew Young to the United Nations. Though the U.S. Department of Justice investigated Brown's energetic recruitment operation, no indictment ensued. 146y. It was alleged by one analyst that known C-1A personnel were involved in launching his magazine, and this governmental involvement may have lessened the enthusiasm of the Justice Department in pursuing this target. When George Bacon III, a CRA operative in Angola, died in the mid-1970s, he was reportedly in the midst of discussions with Brown about using the magazine to sustain the agency effort in southern Africa. 147 Whatever the case, the magazine did seem to be involved in putative violations of U.S. neutrality laws. Soldier of Fortune was engaged in blatant recruiting for war in Rhodesia and elsewhere and did so with evident impunity. Of its reported 12,000 subscribers in 1977, 56% were veterans of or soldiers in the U.S. military. 148 The U.S. government was not the only institution that did not seem too bothered by the antics of Soldier of Fortune. Scholar Ward Churchill has concluded that on the whole the mass media in the United States have done little to expose the mercenarization process. 4. This inattention provided useful cover for the journal's more dastardly activities. Phil Abbott was typical of those drawn to Rhodesia by this journal of death. This U.S. mercenary was serving with the RLI Fire Force in the Shabani area in 1977 and explained his motivation this way: "We can't afford to lose any more countries." After seeing an INSAF advertisement soliciting fighters for Rhodesia, he volunteered to do his part to bar the losing of more countries. 45 degree When Chuck Hansen, another U.S. mercenary, was asked about how he was drawn to his work, he responded, "How did I get to Rhodesia? I can thank a magazine called Soldier of Fortune." Like most brought to South Central Africa to engage in combat, Hansen expressed no distress about the mean tasks he was forced to execute. "Now, we knew you could get results by grabbing a pickaninny and beating him senseless. We did it more than a few times." 2152 Most of the editors of SOR had military backgrounds. Those who were close to the magazine also had intriguing personal backgrounds. For example, Captain John Donovan, a member of the U.S. 12th Special Forces Group and a specialist in military engineering, was a frequent visitor to Rhodesia. 15. John Crawford of the magazine's staff served in the Rhodesian military, as did SOR operative Brooks Anzer. Brown's assistant, Barney Barco, worked as a security guard in Rhodesia. John Early, the journal's military affairs editor, also had served a tour of duty as a mercenary in Rhodesia. Like so many North Americans before him, he proved indispensable in providing technical aid to his allies in Salisbury. In December 1979, as the war was winding down and elections loomed, he informed Soldier of Fortune readers about part of the contribution he had made to the Rhodesian cause. During his stint in Rhodesia, there had been a spate of bus robberies, allegedly conducted by the guerrillas. The industrious Early explained that he took a 6-month period and graphed all the bus robberies: time of day, location, bus line that was hit, day of the week, amount of money taken, and the number of people assaulted, killed or abducted. He was looking for patterns. He began to suspect that the bus owners were somehow involved, since they were compensated by the government for robberies, and they kept buying buses though they were robbed frequently. "We posed as reporters and photographers from a U.S. magazine called American Modelers. Early and a colleague claimed they wanted to take pictures for an article they were writing. The gullible bus owner, no doubt charmed into credulousness by the US accent he was hearing, opened up his entire operation to us. Early reciprocated by consulting with Salisbury's special branch, Rhodesia's combination of CRA and FBI. They arranged for a phony bus to traverse the countryside, with soldiers disguised as passengers all armed to the teeth. Predictably, a robbery was attempted, blunted, and the bus owner was exposed. Little thought was given to the impact of Ali's sting operation on legitimate U.S. journalists, who might be recipients of the negative repercussions flowing from the setup. Soldier of Fortune also reviewed various weapon systems for the edification of Rhodesia. For example, an article titled "Civilian Ambush Protection" dissected a new weapon that could be mounted on top of a car to allow a driver to fire back automatically while continuing to drive with the windows rolled up. This was a good idea, said their reviewer with encouragement, but falls short of being a great one. He then detailed how the technical flaws of the system could be fixed to allow for more efficient killing. One of the major problems faced by Rhodesians during the war was traveling on lonely roads, and such systems could help to alleviate this problem. This was not the only kind of service provided by Rhodesia's favorite U.S. journal. In December 1979, Pete Kelly of the Parachute and Airborne Regiments Association of Rhodesia wrote to the magazine from Bulawayo, thanking it for its campaign to give postage stamps toward the funding for the Rhodesian airborne wounded. Such pro-Rhodesian altruism was typical of this pan-European enterprise. But in addition to serving as a vehicle for mercenary recruiting and for settling of old racial scores, Soldier of Fortune also was essential in keeping U.S. mercenaries in Africa in touch with the like-minded back home. It was an above-board communications organ for mercenaries. For example, in August 1979, Josh McGrath of Lynn, Massachusetts, wrote the Magazine from Africa, reporting on his adventures with the Rhodesia Light Infantry for the past 16 months, which was an indirect way to inform the folks back home that he was alive and well. 156 Such a service was necessary, for those who came to fight in Rhodesia as a result of reading this journal often fled in horror when confronted with the rough life in the bush. Captain E. A. Lee, then serving with the Rhodesian military, spoke directly to these prospective mercenaries in the January 1979 issue of Soldier of Fortune. Lee told of a number of instances where the Rhodesians paid an individual's airfare from the U.S., only to have him decide he didn't like us and turn around and return. 57 times had changed since the 1890s, when it was more difficult to escape Rhodesia after arriving from the United States. Transatlantic air travel made it, at times, just as easy to depart Salisbury as arrive there. 1 Yet, the ceaseless flood of U.S. citizens into Rhodesia continued to evoke images of the 1890s, when cowboys were fighting Indians in the Old West. Jeff Cooper encouraged this attitude. With typical portentousness, he dramatized their presence in Soldier of Fortune. In a far, lost corner of the world, a small band of the best people on earth stands almost alone against the benighted barbarian of the world enemy. These dramatic words were not without impact. In the spring of 1978, Cooper observed that there were a lot of Yanks now serving in the Rhodesian army. There were 6 when I first visited in the country. There are between and 600 now. Accompanying his article was a picture of these mercenaries side by side with the flag of the Confederate States of the former slave South in the United States. 459. The Michigan-born Robin Moore was a one-man recruiting firm for U.S. mercenaries who wished to labor for the private or public sector of Rhodesia. This former Green Beret had established himself as a writer and lyricist before setting up a home in Salisbury, which came to function as the unofficial U.S. embassy in Rhodesia. He had collaborated with the famed actor John Wayne in producing The Green Berets, the pro-Vietnam War movie that glorified these special forces of the U.S. military. Wayne himself wanted to come to Salisbury to lend a hand to his old friend Moore, but his health would not permit it. As the press reported at the time, Wayne always moves around with an oxygen tank and an attendant close by. Though Wayne could not make the pilgrimage to Rhodesia, Moore assured the Herald, "He's here spiritually, you could say." No more quickly established a reputation for driving energy and Jenner. Ossity when he gave $1,000 to the Kuranda Mission Hospital near Mt. Darwin, which was headed by Dr. Roland Stevens and administered by the International Evangelical Alliance Mission. Staffed by citizens from the United States, Rhodesia, South Africa, and Canada, the hospital was viewed by some as tending all too frequently to the medical needs of the Rhodesian military. In fact, at the ceremony where he handed over his check, Moore stood alongside a group of about so Americans serving with the Rhodesian security forces. A plaque carrying an image of the crippled eagles, Moore's designated emblem for Americans fighting with Rhodesians in the terrorist war, was placed in a prominent place in Moore's home. Registered to Moore's gesture was indicative of his role as a veritable den mother for the U.S. mercenaries. Every Friday, he thoughtfully sure that every baseball game is posted. Better still, he added, boys who get wounded can convalesce here until they get better. The affluent Moore was subsidizing this enterprise, though he was receiving contributions from friends and supporters to the tune of $75,000 a year. The benevolent Moore said he did not begrudge a cent of what he contributed. 163 Living in a comfortable suburb of Salisbury, Moore had reason to be good-spirited. He was accompanied by his wife, Mary Olga Moore, a tall, model, slim, and attractive brunette, who had sung the theme song in the film The Happy Hooker. Half Irish and half Russian, Mary was 25 and an actress as well as a singer. The couple bought a large double-story Avondale house that served as both residence and unofficial U.S. Embassy. 14 The Moores had come to Salisbury, they said, at the express wish of General William Yarborough, a former commanding general in the U.S. military and leader of the Psychological Warfare Unit. According to a September 1976 report in the Herald, the general had been to Rhodesia and held talks with General Peter Walls and the Prime Minister, Ian Smith, during April 1976. It was General Yarborough's fourth visit to Rhodesia. 6 degrees The general, according to Moore, felt that somebody should write a book that would help Americans understand Rhodesia. Moore proved to be that man. Moore was well connected, being friends with Vernon Gillespie, who had served with Special Forces in Vietnam and was reputedly associated with the C-1A. In the fall of 1978 Gillespie was in Rhodesia, though Moore assured a reporter then that Gillespie was in no way connected with the CIA now. 16 It was felt that Moore, as a talented writer and publicist, could make a weighty contribution to the Rhodesian cause, utilizing his high-level contacts with the likes of Gillespie, Walls, and others. Moore arrived in Rhodesia in August 1976. His influence was signaled when he was able to publish a syndicated series of pro-Rhodesian articles for the powerful New York Times Company. Like many from the United States, he was critical of his newly minted Rhodesian comrades, finding them insular and remarkably hostile to their supposed saviors from across the Atlantic. They say we don't need you, he lamented. Yet, he sympathized deeply with their stated cause, agreeing that this war was not about white racial supremacy but about communist infiltration. He wasn't too pleased with his own government either, suspecting that the C-1A, particularly after November 1976, was opposed to his mission. He reported that coded records of Americans fighting in Rhodesia were stolen from his house. He also complained, the wife of Captain Jesse Hickman was not allowed to draw money out of their savings account by the State Department when she wanted to come over and join her husband here. As the months ticked away, sounding the demise of the rebel regime, the situation of U.S. citizens in Rhodesia became even more perilous. Salisbury was losing confidence, as the guerrillas were gaining it. This gave courage to the latter and demoralized the former. In a war zone suffused with such attitudes, it was inevitable that those on the Rhodesian side would begin to suffer more desertions, jailings, injuries, deaths. By the summer of 1979, Stephen Michael Dwyer, 27, was being eulogized back home in the United States after being killed fighting in Rhodesia. This Bostonian had served in Korea with the Marines. Jeffrey Hart in the Boston Herald-American had called Dwyer a hero of our times. 167 Dwyer was killed with another U.S. mercenary, Hugh John McCall, who had once worked as an actor. According to the Daily Telegraph, there appeared to be a reluctance to report the death of 2 Americans. 68 This incomplete reporting could have helped mislead others from the United States about the relative danger involved in joining the war in Rhodesia. 169 This is one reason why U.S. mercenaries kept arriving in Rhodesia virtually up until the day of the ceasefire that preceded the 1980 elections. In the spring of 1979, the Zimbabwe People's Voice was charging that dozens of mercenaries were now receiving $700 per month for their labors with Rhodesian intelligence. Degree to the ignominious end of Rhodesia, they performed yeoman service. For example, R. Griggs, an American Razie Dent, was decorated by the Rhodesians as an Officer of the Legion of Merit, one of the highest awards Salisbury offered. 71 These U.S. citizens commanded units, showed horses, flew planes and helicopters, terrorized Africans, guarded farms, treated the ill, and pulled countless triggers. Like their counterparts from the 1890s, these men from the United States often came from shady backgrounds. Also, like their counterparts from the 1890s, they often came to Rhodesia for racial reasons. This motive and the supposition that white U.S. citizens could collaborate, they thought, without engaging in the kind of divisive ethnic antagonism that was riveting Britain, Boer, and Portuguese in southern Africa, meant that they were a living model of the efficacy of constructing a real whiteness. However, unlike those who preceded them in the 1890s, the 20th century mercenaries were driven profoundly by a messianic anti-communism. They feared that a dangerous force was taking over the world, a force that not only would jeopardize the existence of private property and worse, but also would empower Africans and thereby erode civilized standards. In this scenario, fear of Africans seizing property took precedence over fear of Africans seizing of the body itself, but since the fear was still directed racially, it continued to be difficult to separate white supremacy from anti-communism. Events in neighboring Mozambique and Angola were interpreted by these mercenaries predominantly through the prism of anti-communism. They feared that the reality of empowered Africans who were little more than dupes of the communists, it was thought, would come to pass in neighboring Namibia and South Africa, then leap across the Atlantic and strangle the United States itself. This was bound to happen, it was felt, unless a firm stand was taken. These U.S. mercenaries decided to make their stand in Rhodesia. Still, though anti-communism was the operative rationale for most U.S. mercenaries, they enjoyed without complaint the benefits of white supremacy, for example, racial privilege, servants, at times a luxurious lifestyle which allowed their opponents to argue convincingly that their real agenda included a discredited racialized ideology. The U.S.-based supporters of these mercenaries went on to become some of the most devoted acolytes of 1980s conservatism. As noted by journalist Nina J. Easton, these supporters also spurred a right-wing diaspora and used unofficial channels to build their vision of a global anti-communist front. One staunch and well-known conservative, Grover Norquist, was a close advisor to Jonas Savimbi of Angola's UNITA. Over the course of a decade, Easton writes, Norquist made a dozen trips to UNITA's remote base camp in Jamba, Angola. Along with Afghanistan and Central America, Southern Africa in the 1980s continued to be a critical part of the global anti-communist front, backed amply through unofficial channels. Inevitably, this adventurism led to the Iran-Contra scandal, a motley effort to back guerrillas in Nicaragua which almost brought down the Reagan regime. Arguably, the relative ease with which U.S. mercenaries traveled to Rhodesia gave a mighty boost to the anti-communist adventures of the 1980s that almost destabilized the U.S. government. 72. Africans and African Americans. In Rhodesia, Brian Raftopoulos was defined as colored, being of both African and European ancestry. In the early 70s, he declared, coinciding with the Black Power movement in America, there were many youngsters here who identified with that. The afro, which I still wear today, the salute, the books, a lot of Malcolm X infiltrated into this community, I assure you. We needed something like that to identify with, rather than the immediate black nationalism. Brian's right, agreed Eugene Raftopoulos, who was also considered colored, though he quickly added, looking back, the Black Power movement. At the time, created an identity for the guys. It was a tremendous thing in its time, and the Malcolm X's of this world have a place in history, certainly. But now, he concluded tellingly, speaking shortly after independence, the Lumumbas mean more to me than the Malcolm X's do. According to the Zimbabwean writer Ivo Mandaza, during the late 1960s the imagination of many young coloreds in Rhodesia was captured by the Black Power movement in the United States. Mandaza reports that such names as Malcolm X, Eldridge Cleaver, Stokely Carmichael, Bobby Seale, Huey Newton, and Martin Luther King, Jr. attracted the attention of most young coloreds and a number of the colored petit bourgeoisie. For some, this Afro-American identity may have served the same role for them as the exported white American identity did for Rhodesians. These coloreds were not alone. As ZANU evolved, it too was impacted by American, particularly African American ideology and culture. There was a similar trend throughout southern Africa. The experience of John Yaotto, an African from Namibia, reflected that of many in the region. Recalling the music he heard while growing up in this South African colony, he wrote, "Knew only African singers such as Dorothy Masuka and Miriam Makeba, but later American pop music invaded Namibia. The Mills Brothers, the Everly Brothers, Pat Boone, and Elvis, we played their records over and over again until we knew the words of every song, if not their meanings." Nor was African American influence limited to Africans and coloreds. While visiting South Central Africa in the 1950s, Doris Lessing found sickening racial attitudes. Yet, somehow, this did not preclude many among the same European minority from loving the African American singer Eartha Kitt. Lessing remembers, "They simply could not get enough of her, for these American influences on Africa were not new developments." The historian Gavin Lewis reports that the ideologies of Booker T. Washington were highly influential in late 19th century Cape Town. Colored organizations in that region reprinted extended extracts from the NAACP journal, Crisis. In the early 1920s the African National Congress in the Western Cape had a transformation sparked by James M. Thill, who like a number of black leaders had a BA from the United States. According to Lewis, Thill was deeply influenced by Marcus Garvey's theories of black race pride. Solomon Chikisho Plaatje, one of the founders in 1912 of what became the African National Congress of South Africa, met with Marcus Garvey during a tour of North America in 1920 and delivered 2 addresses at Garvey's headquarters in February 1921. Plaatje also developed contacts with the NAACP and W.E.B. Du Bois, who invited Plaatje to participate in the Second Pan-African Congress, held in Europe in 1921.6. There has been a lengthy relationship between Africans on both sides of the Atlantic. Citizens from the United States had their most profound impact on the European minority of Rhodesia. There were many reasons for this: a common anti-communism, racial solidarity, and mutual unease with the pace of change on the racial front, a common language, a common settler project, and traceable heritage. These factors and others led many from the pan-European world, most notably Americans, to feel a bond with white Rhodesia. This impact increased in tandem with the rapidly burgeoning means of communication: television, transatlantic telephone service, the proliferation of shortwave radio, etc. However, the influence of the United States in southern Africa was not limited to the European minority. The images from films and magazines, the sounds from radios and records, the visits from touring artists and political figures, all these and more had significant impact on Africans as well. Much of this impact was a result of the increasing role of African Americans in U.S. life and culture, a direct result of the civil rights movement. This impact had some positive effect. The victories won by African Americans were suggestive of what Africans themselves could accomplish. However, the African American struggle was evolving in a nation where anti-communism was prominent, and this inevitably impacted the trajectory of their struggle. Anti-communism frequently pushed the liberation forces in the nation that became Zimbabwe away from their natural allies in South Africa and elsewhere, thereby retarding the devolution of white supremacy. Put bluntly, the enforced anti-communism of the United States was not as prevalent among African Americans as it was among others, but it was certainly present. When this trend migrated across the ocean, borne by African Americans, it helped to sustain attitudes in Zimbabwe that were not helpful in overthrowing the minority regime. In particular, it hindered the ability of Zimbabweans to ally with the hegemonic political force in the region, the African National Congress of Nelson Mandela, which was in a tight and all-encompassing alliance with the South African Communist Party. Moreover, as the remarks of Brian and Eugene Raftopoulos suggest, there is a difference between struggles involving an African minority and those involving an African majority. In the latter, the ultimate goal is control of both the state apparatus and the economy, as opposed to mere amelioration of conditions within the governmental and economic status quo, the trend in the former. In the United States, where Africans were a minority, unions were on the decline, and as a partial result there evolved a heavy emphasis on race and masculinity. This trend included the popularity of the sect Malcolm X helped to build, the Nation of Islam, which demonized whites. It also included a decidedly masculinist emphasis that reinforced a tendency in Southern Africa, a tendency helped along by the cruelty of the war to exalt armed struggle to the detriment of other tactics, such as the kind of mass mobilization seen in neighboring South Africa. In addition, the attraction of so-called coloreds to an African American identity had a different motive force than what occurred across the Atlantic. For some coloreds, this identity was something of a halfway house between the European identity from which they were excluded and the African identity that they also did not share altogether. It allowed them to be black, and hence identify with the African majority, and also American, hence identifying with their European ancestry. In some ways, this identity played a role among coloreds that whiteness imported from the United States played among Rhodesians. In both instances, these transatlantic identities were seen as the height of modernity and, thus, highly attractive. Some of the coloreds, for example, had Greek or Afrikaner ancestries, and this meant that often they did not have that much in common with their fellow coloreds. Identification with African Americans neatly snipped this Gordian knot of identity and provided a persona that was at once modern and anchored in a black reality. In Rhodesia, the number of Europeans who would ally with the liberation forces was quite small, so it is not as if African American nationalism diverted potential allies from the liberation movement. During World War II, Doris Lessing had been part of a Marxist left in Rhodesia, but her departure for England a few years after the war's conclusion was symbolic of the demise of what was in any event a tiny band. Thus, during the Liberation War, there was no equivalent of the SACP in Rhodesia, nor was there a lodestone akin to it to attract any remaining radicals among the European minority. This distorted situation may have influenced the kind of nationalism that developed in what became Zimbabwe, as opposed to what evolved in South Africa. Ibo Mandaza's experience in Zimbabwe no doubt drove him to the conclusion that African nationalism is essentially the ideology of the African petty bourgeoisie. What did this mean? As Mandaza put it, the African nationalist petty bourgeoisie find it easier to mobilize the masses effectively on the basis of the racist or cultural aspects of imperialist and economic domination. They would be reluctant to mobilize on the basis of class exploitation, he argued, since their grievance is not with this exploitation per se but instead with the fact that those of a different race instead of they themselves are in charge of exploiting Africans. Therefore, after independence, this newly empowered African nationalist petty bourgeoisie could easily be expected to repress trade unions and expropriate whatever land that was seized from the European minority for themselves, not for land-hungry peasants. African American culture and ideology, particularly the ideology of Malcolm X at a certain stage and its close cousin cultural nationalism, also stressed the racist and cultural aspects of exploitation and domination. As in Rhodesia, the relative weakness of class-based organizations such as unions and the dearth of interracial fraternity in the United States made this racial approach virtually inevitable. Consequently, African American culture and ideology resounded among Zimbabweans. 8 other analysts have detected other negative trends in pre-independence Zimbabwe, and their words have been harsh. Like Mandaza, André Astro has argued passionately that the liberation forces came under the sway of petit bourgeois elements early on in the struggle. This was partially due, he suggests, to the political and organizational weaknesses of the African working class. In this sense, Zimbabwe was closer to the United States than to South Africa. A significant percentage of the Rhodesian workforce was from abroad, and such a migrant force brings with it insecurity and transience that is often not conducive to labor organizing. There were unions in Rhodesia, but Astro points out that they were the creation of a moderate, pro-capitalist union leadership that was assisted by the AFL-CIO, the U.S. trade union federation notorious for its moderation and anti-communism. Subsequently, the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, with which the U.S. Federation was affiliated, announced proudly that pre-independence Zimbabwe had received in recent years more international trade union assistance than any other country on the African continent. The trade union movement during UDI was in desperate need of assistance, although that coming from the AFL-CIO did not necessarily alleviate the situation. African agricultural laborers were poorly housed in crowded compounds where many lived with their families, whose members commuted periodically to the communal lands to help work on the family land. The isolation of these laborers and their frequent travels also made them difficult to organize. Pensions, of course, were unheard of. There were long hours and there was hard, arduous work, with certain jobs such as sugarcane cutting or cotton picking also being performed by children. Organizing such a segmented labor force was problematic at best. This work was often paid on a piecework basis. Physical maltreatment of farm laborers was virtually the norm, with beatings and whippings not uncommon. These punishments escalated during the Liberation War, as a disincentive to collaborating with the liberation forces. In 1976, 80% of workers, not including agricultural laborers, received wages of less than $70 per month, which was at or near the official level of poverty. Trade unions were suppressed. Although there were more than 50 unions in Rhodesia, less than one-fourth represented Africans. 1 Plus Rhodesia resembled the United States, where unions were also comparatively weak. 5 David B. Moore has examined intellectuals among the liberation forces more than he has the African working class, but he too has been struck by the numerous anecdotal references to the pervasive influences of Americans all over the Zimbabwean political scene, though he adds that the affiliation of ZANU and American foreign policy is one of the persistent political myths of Zimbabwean oppositional nationalism. He says he found no substantial evidence of any American state sponsorship of ZANU, though the careful phrasing of his disclaimer raises even more questions, particularly about the role of religious denominations based in the United States and what he means by substantial. Instead, Moore indicates that the newcomer, ZANU, and its predecessor, ZAPU, both had substantial ties to the United States. He reports that 2 of ZAPU's highly placed members, Ariston Shambati and Josiah Chinamano, had put in stints working at the American Embassy in Salisbury. He also reports, citing radical ZAPU sources, that ZANU's Edison Zivabgo went to the United States to study after he had made many contacts on his forays to the United Nations with Joshua Komu. According to the same sources, Zivabgo, a high-level ZANU leader and future Minister of Mines, was a protege of Henry Kissinger. American libertarianism and black consciousness had a significant influence on liberation forces, says Moore. A key figure here, Walter Mdimkuhilu, played a negative role and was widely suspected of C1A sponsorship. It is not as if there was no resistance to the negative influences flowing across the Atlantic. At one point, an African writer noted, "The struggle in Zimbabwe is not racial." The US and other capitalist countries have been trying for a long time to cast that struggle in racial terms in order to hide its class character and divide the people on racial grounds. 7 It was ironic that the United States would be accused of racial divisiveness, given the official stance that opposed this tactic. Certainly, if an outside power had sought to stir racial divisiveness in the United States, this would have been met officially with the sternest of rebukes. However, as the historian Blanche Wiesen-Cook has maintained, During the Cold War, the United States discovered that stirring racial and ethnic discord was a useful way to foil broad alliances that were suspected of being communist or communist fronts. This was particularly the case in the former Yugoslavia and the former Soviet Union, two principal bulwarks of support for ZANU and ZAPU. 8. The United States was much more skeptical about ZAPU than about ZANU, notably during the latter stages of the war. This was due in part to the fact that ZAPU, whose origins stretched back to the early post-World War II era and the struggles of the former railway worker Joshua Komu, was more friendly toward the then socialist nations of Eastern Europe, including East Germany, the site where much of their literature was published. ZANU, formed in 1963, was closer to China, a nation with which the United States was developing an alliance during the 1970s based on their common hostility toward the Soviet Union. Thus, ZAPU charged repeatedly that ZANU, despite its often inflamed racial rhetoric and its greater unfriendliness toward the European minority, was still a creature of Washington, the de facto capital of the pan-European world. When ZANU formed in 1963, ZAPU's leader, Joshua Komu, charged that ZANU's leaders, including Mugabe and Sithole, were in the process of selling the country out to the Americans. In the 1960s particularly, ZAPU repeatedly charged that ZANU was somehow allied with Washington, though the latter's often impassioned, racialized rhetorical barrages could easily lead one to the opposite conclusion. Komu had reason to be wary of the growing U.S. influence in his country. Journals like Zimbabwe News, a ZANU organ, frequently quoted Mao Zedong and boosted marginal forces with suspicious origins, like Karima, the anti-Frelimo opposition grouping. On the other hand, the African National Congress, which was also disliked by Washington, came in for frequent criticism by this same journal. This was particularly the case after Komu's forces allied formally and militarily with the ANC in 1967. This alliance was deemed irresponsible clowning at its best and seen as unwittingly granting South Africa a perfect diplomatic excuse for military intervention. The ANC's respected leader, Oliver Tambo, was dismissed by this journal as a careerist. Despite its hostility toward neighboring nations in South Africa, this publication was irate about the anti-Negro publicity on Radio Rhodesia, directed at their friends in the faraway United States. Komu had a differing viewpoint toward African Americans. He found the relationship with them to be a bit awkward, since, as he put it, collaborated closely with an American named Robert Mackenzie, a mercenary serving as one of the top commanders of Rhodesia's Special Air Service, who was reportedly in charge of support operations. Mackenzie, typically, was a Vietnam War veteran and an SOF correspondent. Another one of the 6 founding members of RENAMO was Leo Millis, an African-American who Minter describes as a mysterious figure who had infiltrated Frelimo in the early 1960s. 3 degrees. This Mozambican intrigue was an extension of what some African Americans had done in Rhodesia. J. A. Parker, who had close connections with ultra-conservative Republicans, was often found in Salisbury, dining with Ian Smith and his wife. In addition to heading a U.S. group called Friends of the FB1, he also labored for Pretoria, as a public relations agent for the unrecognized independent South African homeland of Transkei and, later, Venda ***. Parker's activity was equaled, if not surpassed, by that of Ralph Moss, yet another pro-Salisbury African American. Moss was quite conservative and found even Bishop Abel Muserwa, who collaborated with Ian Smith, too radical for his tastes. Once to the head of some new state, Zimbabwe, said Moss in a Durban interview. Vol, he reportedly drawled, if the good bishop ever does come to power, that's what Rhodesia will be, a ruin like Zimbabwe. He was a self-professed political consultant and freelance journalist, though he rarely seemed to publish anything. By the autumn of 1977, the 32-year-old Moss had been living in Rhodesia for 9 months, having come there due to a chance meeting with a Rhodesia information officer in Washington. After this encounter, he flew to Geneva to meet with Ian Smith. He and I got on very well together, said Moss, so he packed his bags and moved to Salisbury. There he became a propagandist for the rebel regime. he produced a 45 RPM record titled It's Rhodesia. Please listen, which was released in Salisbury. In his thick US accent, Moss spoke on this disc against sanctions and in high praise for what the Smith regime was attempting. It is uncertain if there was any profit from this recording, which was aimed at a US audience *. Why would African Americans support a regime that symbolized to many the highest stage of white supremacy? Well, Moss, Parker, and others of that ilk, felt they were backing a regime that symbolized the highest stage of anti-communism. The virtue of this latter ideology was that it offered a broader base of support and did not carry the obvious downside of a racially based ideology. As a consequence, these African Americans were also useful to the Smith regime in helping to assail Andrew Young and the Carter administration. Clay Claiborne, for example, National Director of the Black Silent Majority Committee, an anti-communist pro-American group, was especially critical of the administration during his sojourn in Salisbury. 34 When African Americans attacked Young and Carter, this carried more weight in the eyes of some. Thus Salisbury was buzzing when Bayard Rustin, a former aide to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., arrived in 1979 with a delegation from Freedom House in New York City to place their imprimatur on the internal settlement that temporarily created the hybrid Zimbabwe-Rhodesia government. Rustin's sympathetic biographer noted that the Freedom House delegates were about the only observers who thought the elections were free and fair. 35 Rustin was one of many African Americans who traveled to Rhodesia, often in the face of fierce opposition from liberation forces. This list included Imam Abdul Malik Bashir Rushdin of the World Community of Islam in the West, an offshoot of the Nation of Islam, who came to meet with Sithole %. The list also included entertainers, such as Percy Sledge, a singer best known for the song When a Man Loves a Woman. The liberation forces felt Sledge did not show his love for their nation when he toured Bulawayo in 1972. Sledge was puzzled as to why the concert promoters were seeking to keep him away from Africans. "I don't know why they are hiding me. I want to see my people," he said, referring to Africans, not the minority population. His vehement suggests that Sledge may have been more a victim of ignorance than a perpetrator of malevolence. Born in Alabama in 1942, Sledge confessed that he had not broken the cultural boycott of Rhodesia because of poverty. "I have been a multimillionaire," he said with bursting pride. In any event, Sledge did manage to make contact with Africans during his stay. While a reporter was interviewing him, his telephone kept ringing with apparently fans of his on the line. 37 Of course, Sledge, Moss, Parker, and all the rest were far from representing the mainstream of African American opinion on Rhodesia. African Americans had voted en masse for Jimmy Carter in 1976, and their organizations fully expected him to pressure Salisbury relentlessly until majority rule became a reality. Still, there were reasons for the liberation forces to be wary of even the best intentioned in the United States. In 1979, Henry Richardson, a progressive African American lawyer, was forced to depart from the White House's National Security Council after clashing with Zbigniew Brzezinski. Richardson had been disappointed with the level of pressure the U.S. government had exerted on Rhodesia. 38 Shortly after that, it was reported that the CRA was attempting to staff its African operations by soliciting the support of black psychologists at Howard. 3. The ouster of Richardson coupled with this latter solicitation signaled to some that African Americans so bold as to oppose UP one forthrightly would be cast into oblivion, while those blacks who embraced Salisbury would be embraced warmly. Nonetheless, it was apparent that the United States was seeking to impress Africans by emphasizing its belated opposition to second-class citizenship for Negroes. This guileful tactic was clear even before UDI, for example, when civil rights leader James Farmer was hosted by the U.S. Consul General at a luncheon at the Jameson Hotel in Salisbury. Farmer was touted as a Methodist leader by a Methodist journal, which displayed a large picture of him pointing his finger as he proclaimed that racial segregation was doomed. 4 degrees early on, Washington recognized not only that the publicity generated by the civil rights movement could be used to the country's credit but, likewise, that it could be manipulated as a way to differentiate U.S. policy from those of its erstwhile allies and actual antagonists. As early as 1963, ZAPU noticed that as more African students began traveling to Eastern Europe to receive higher education, the United States stepped up its campaign to offer scholarships to Africans. This educational effort, warned ZAPU, has superseded even considerations on economic development. This was a continent-wide policy, they said, not aimed at just their nation, and was also a policy practiced by U.S. allies. ZAPU had reason to be aware of this policy. Joshua Komu himself had 2 children enrolled in school in the United States. He also worked closely with the African American Institute in New York City, which was known to maintain close ties with the U.S. government. 4. Gordon Chavunduka, a leading intellectual who later headed the University of Zimbabwe, attended mission schools until 1962, when he received a Rockefeller Foundation scholarship that allowed him to spend 3 years at the University of California. He was not alone in being educated across the Atlantic. 44 This trend of Southern African intellectuals receiving education in the United States was nothing new. Alfred Bissouma, a leading South African oppositional figure, attended Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, the University of Minnesota, Marquette University in Wisconsin, and Northwestern University in Illinois. His first wife was Liberian, and his second wife was from North Carolina. + Stan Lake Samkanj, a leading Zimbabwean intellectual, attended Indiana University, and his wife too hailed from the United States. 4 Degree obtaining education and espouse in the United States was reflective of a time when the United States was seen as being more advanced in its attitude toward Africans, at least relative to its European counterparts. This perception allowed Washington to gain an advantage over London, for example. As early as the period before World War I, UK firms had appointed dread that certain British commercial firms in the Gold Coast would have to face commercial competition from African American and other competitors. Degree before the so-called Mau Mau Rebellion in Kenya, writes historian St. Clair Drake, the Kenyan government tried to prohibit any more students from coming to the United States where they would be subject to communist subversion. For this distorted perception was suggestive of London's paranoia about Washington's intentions. During that same period, U.S. religious authorities worried that Africans who, like Sithole, were being brought to North America for religious training would become a deliberate target of the very small proportion of American Negroes who are communists. Mentioned specifically was Paul Robeson, who was a founder of the soon-to-be vanquished Council on African Affairs. 48 These same Anglo-American tensions arose again during the latter stages of the war in Rhodesia, when London accused Washington of going behind its back to devise plans to buy out farmers*. This incident exposed how times had changed from the days when the United States was seen as tailing after the United Kingdom. Though a number of leaders of the liberation forces attended university in the United Kingdom and in South Africa, particularly Fort Hare, some crossed the Atlantic for higher education. Among these students were Nathan Shamwayarira, the former journalist, who earned a doctorate from Princeton, and Shelton Siwala, who took a degree at Boston University. 5 Degree both became leaders of ZANU. Kumbire Kanga of the University of California, Edison Zivobgo of Tufts, Julie Zivobgo of Notre Dame, Simbi Mubako of Harvard, Michael Mahama of Clark University, and Zebediah Gamania of the University of Rochester were other U.S. educated ZANU leaders. 51. Bernard Chidzero, one of the leading economic theorists among the liberation forces, also had close ties in the United States. 52 Educating Africans was seen as a long-term investment that could pay dividends if majority rule were to occur. This point became evident to Andrew Young during tense moments of negotiations with Zimbabwean leaders. At one point, a huge African in military fatigues approached the comparatively diminutive ambassador. A nervous Young followed his instructions and walked with him to a secluded corner. Yet, what Young's interlocutor wanted to know was hardly intimidating. What happened to the Oakland Raiders, he inquired. This guerrilla had earned a doctorate at the University of California at Berkeley and maintained an interest in his favorite football squad. 53 A number of African leaders also were connected with churches that had affiliates in the United States. Endabanning E. Sithole, who trained at Andover Seminary in Massachusetts, spent 3.5 years in the United States, where he worked with the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. While there, he preached in Congregational churches, the church denomination of Andrew Young in Boston, New York City, and Chicago. Like Young and unlike most leaders of liberation forces, he was lukewarm towards socialism and a self-proclaimed moderate. Like some moderates in the United States, he also spoke glowingly of the positive role of colonialism. 5+ A founder of ZANU in 1963 who was expelled subsequently, Sithole was cultivated carefully by the U.S. religious authorities, who plied him with scholarships and funding. Perhaps not surprisingly, his ideas were well within the ambit of mainstream discourse in Washington. Likewise, Sithole's articulation of cultural nationalism reflected ideological currents then flowing in the African American community. When he returned to Africa in 1958, at a time when the United States was being questioned severely about its racial practices, Sithole noted proudly how he was glad to correct some of the wrong impressions about the states. Indeed, he wrote to a friend, for the whole of June spent most of time talking about the U.S.A. This was no minor matter, for by that time Sithole had attained some prominence. After his book African Nationalism was published in 1959, he reported to a friend on its sales. One bookshop in Salisbury sold 50 copies in 2 days. In Umtali they were sold out in less than 4 days. Degree St. Abel Muserwa was a bishop in the United Methodist Church and had been educated in Columbia, Missouri, and at Central Methodist College in Fayette, Missouri, during a time when that state was pockmarked with racial segregation. 5 This common religious background is how Andrew Young, a cleric himself, came to know such leaders. The African American ambassador tended to be treated harshly by liberation forces, who viewed him as something of a Trojan horse, whose dark face was designed to deflect their attention away from the shortcomings of U.S. policy. But Young was not embraced by enemies on the right either. Muserwa's prominent position in Rhodesia was indicative of how influential Methodists had become in the country. The Methodists were critics of the Smith government and supporters of Muserwa. The church must be the guide and critic of the state, says Luther King, they announced, and this was an edict they sought to follow. 5 In September 196, in an eruption of racial militance, they even questioned the basis of their faith. As one African Methodist argued in an editorial in the church publication Umboa, it seems clear that the white people have no sympathy us Africans. Since Jesus was a white person, how can he listen and save the African race which his race hates? Is it not wise to turn to our ancestral spirits and worship them as our forefathers used to do? 5. As a result of such challenges to the status quo, Methodists were subjected to censorship by the government. Simultaneously, their viewing of religion through a racial lens was reflective of a larger trend in the nation, which made it easier for the words of Malcolm X to resonate there. Still, there were barriers to the flourishing of the Methodists and other racially diverse entities. In Rhodesia, the very term interracial had an odor. In 1957, the journal Chipupu, which appealed to Africans, assailed Charles Mzinjili, chair of the Interracial Association, saying, "Lost influence among the African people and his leadership is now very undesired by the Africans. It is certain that the African people will soon have nothing to do with the Interracial Association." The journal defined an interracialist as kind of European who believes that Africans will be content to accept European domination in Central Africa if the cleaner Africans are occasionally invited to take tea in European homes. Registered Rhodesia had few from the European minority who were part of the left wing, as this tendency might have been defined in South Africa, for example. The left in Rhodesia among Europeans appeared to be comprised of interracialists and organizations like the Capricorn African Society, which advocated the emergence of a black middle class who would accept a limited franchise in return for the whites giving up the more blatant forms of discrimination. registered such insipid, stale attitudes among the Europeans who were thought to be most sympathetic to the Africans helped to bolster corresponding attitudes among the indigenous, who rejected cooperation generally both with whites and with Africans who seemed to be close to them. A dearth of racial unity paved the way for a dearth of ethnic unity. Vociferous approaches among some Africans reinforced ethnic conflict or what was called tribalism in the United States and elsewhere. To be sure, Salisbury was the primary force seeking mightily to create and manipulate discord among various indigenous groupings, on the premise that this could help in preserving minority rule. This was no revelation to the liberation forces. In 1967, ZANU, which was often accused of fomenting tribalism, pointed out in painstaking detail how Salisbury tried to spark ethnic discord by stressing ancient wars among the Africans in schools, in the news, and in radio commentaries. It also charged that the regime was not above circulating carefully worded and anonymous letters, and circulars, purport to be written from East Germany and which carried forged signatures of nationalist leaders or leading students, with the aim of provoking ethnic and political mischief. 6. In 1970, the journal Moto, which targeted an African audience, warily observed that the prestige accorded to the Zazuru dialect by the Rhodesian Literature Bureau and the African Service of the RBC has made worse relations among Africans. The Karanas, who enjoyed a numerical superiority, felt slighted by this, Moto reported. This obligated non-Zazurus to learn Zazuru and meant that those who could not write in this language had difficulty in getting their manuscripts published. %. By 1977, ZAPU was complaining that in every incident where Zapuzano clashes have been maliciously reported, they have been found to be active in the area, always within a short distance from the camps of the Rhodesian security forces. This, it was said, was a conscious tactic to divide the liberation movement. These claims were not wrong. The Silas Scouts, whose leader Ron Reed Daly had cut his eye teeth in the epical struggle against the left in Malaya in the 1950s, pioneered in pseudo-operations wherein his Rhodesian forces dressed like guerrillas in order to gain the trust of hapless villagers, who then were slaughtered. This devilish tactic unleashed a virus of mistrust, which has had profound consequences for the future of this land. Others charged that among the Africans themselves there was plenty of activity designed to divide the liberation movement, even if Salisbury had not been so aggressive in this sphere. As early as 1964, ZAPU charged that those who departed their ranks did so because of the dream that the first African government in Zimbabwe was going to be led by a Kernga. Because the Kernga clan was in the majority in Zimbabwe. Sithole, a moving force in the founding of ZANU, was said to have been involved in the creation of Shona clubs, Shona being the ethnic group that included the Kernga registered. Now the question of so-called tribalism with Shonas supposedly associated with ZANU and Ndebels with ZAPU can be overstated. The father of Robert Mugabe of ZANU had a Ndeb wife. Some leading ZAPU figures were Shona, while a leading ZANU figure, Enos Ngala, was Ndeb. Mugabe himself was deemed as a Zulu, and one of his chief lieutenants, Simon Muzanda, was defined as a Kernga. Edgar Tekera, another ZANU leader, was viewed as Menyika and yet, throughout the war, persistent charges of tribalism continued to be made. These allegations accelerated after the 1975 murder of Herbert Katepo, then the leader of ZANU*7. Initially ZAPU lamented how this killing was part of an indiscriminate massacre of Menyika Khatters by Kernga maniacs. 8 ZAPU spokesman charged that ZANU had always been a tribalistic organization and had degenerated into even worse tribalism than at the time of its formation on August 8, 1963. Later, ZAPU backed down and apologized for its reference to the Kernga and Menyika tribes, since, after all, ZAPU had never taken a tribal posture. However, retreating from published positions was one thing, continuing to mutter the same thing in hushed tones was something else again. Certainly there were differences between and among the various ethnic groups in the nation. Though multilingualism was not uncommon, the fact remained that knowledge of one of the Shona dialects hardly guaranteed that one could speak intelligibly to an Ndeb. Of course, it was quite rare for any among the European minority to speak an African language. That was not all. Celestine Marifugadzikwe complained that she found it difficult to discuss ideological questions with fellow in Shona. "I do not find Shona words," she wailed, "to express such terms as capitalism, colonialism, socialism, etc." 71 In a nation where these concepts were being examined and debated endlessly, this was no small matter. The larger question is to what extent did ideological currents from the United States sustain ethnic divisiveness? In some ways, black nationalism became a convenient cover for Shona, then Kirnga, and Zazuru nationalism, just as the Afrikaners tried to use the cover of whiteness to shroud their own attempts at ethnic supremacy. Rhodesia, much more than South Africa, was fertile ground for the flowering of black nationalist notions that were ascending in the United States as the war was unfolding. Trade unionism was stronger historically in South Africa than in Rhodesia, and the European minority there, which was substantially larger than that in Rhodesia, was more involved in liberation struggles. $7 Malcolm X was killed in 1965 as UDI was proclaimed, but black nationalism in the United States did not die with him. 74 Popular magazines directed at the African population in Rhodesia did tend to focus heavily on African Americans, including ideological currents that Washington would have smiled on. For example, Parade magazine, admittedly a publication not controlled altogether by Africans in Rhodesia, posed the conflict between the Soviet Union and China as a racial conflict, played up Islam to the detriment of communist parties in Sudan, Indonesia, and elsewhere, 7 Cent, and espoused anti-communism generally. 7 The magazine frequently trumpeted the accomplishments of African Americans like Duke Ellington. 7 Registered Jesse Owens, George Foreman, and Joe Frazier. 8 Degree Percy Sledge registered, and Diana Ross, %. In fact, it tended to discuss African Americans more than Africans in other parts of Africa. Surely, this was partially a function of U.S. cultural hegemony globally, but that does not obscure the point that African American influence in Rhodesia was not negligible. In South Africa, the black nationalist organization the Pan-Africanist Congress was an ally of ZANU, while ZAPU was allied with the African National Congress. Yet, the PAC performed miserably in post-1994 elections, while ZANU emerged triumphant in Zimbabwe. As noted, many of the U.S. citizens in the region at the time of the Boer War opposed the Afrikaners who came to dominate South Africa and found more compatibility with the English speakers who were hegemonic in Rhodesia. This development facilitated an increase in U.S. influence, including African American influence in Rhodesia, which accelerated during the war. Tellingly, the PAC also developed close ties with African Americans. According to Benjamin Pogrund, biographer of PAC leader Robert Sobukwe, this leading nationalist was offered a home and a job in the United States by the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and a foreign fellowship. This civil rights organization, which had undergone a bitter anti-communist purge, was suspicious of the ties of Mandela's ANC to Moscow and communists generally. Pogrund recounts how Andrew Young offered to take 2 oldest children, Miliswe and Dini, to his home in Atlanta and ensure they were given the schooling they deserved. In return, Pogrund reports, Sobukwe remained sympathetic towards Lyndon B. Johnson and pronounced himself rather disgusted with his challenger, Robert F. Kennedy. "I like Johnson," Sobukwe declared. "Surely the United States was not in Vietnam for any imperialist purposes," he proclaimed guilelessly. In pursuit of its own version of nationalism, Sobukwe's PAC was reluctant to accept coloreds within the ranks. Intriguingly, Pogrund argues, the apartheid rulers viewed black nationalism as a parallel force to Afrikaner nationalism. It was something they believed they could understand and sympathize with. They seemed almost to welcome the new movement, no doubt because of its anti-communist stance and its conflict with the African National Congress. Presumably, the lords of apartheid were disconcerted by the PAC's avowed anti-white, one settler one bullet philosophy, yet they were even more wary of the ANC's alliance with communists and the expropriation of property that was said to portend ## like the late US comedian Jack Benny when confronted with a robber who demanded, "Your money or your life." The apartheid rulers thought long and hard before answering a question more nettlisome than it appeared. The Zimbabwe News, which reflected mainstream ZANU opinion, also reflected concepts that would have been well received in certain African American precincts. Whereas ZAPU received substantial assistance from the Soviet Union, the Zimbabwe News was quite critical of Moscow and what it viewed as the Soviets' endless collaboration with American imperialism. Plus, while Washington did not appreciate the ANC's alliance with the South African communists, the Zimbabwe News was critical of the ANC's being in the comfort of multiracial pacifism since its foundation in 1912. Using U.S. references that some of their audience may not have understood, the News's writers were outraged that the ANC Southern Africa's oldest Uncle Tom would dare to attack the U.S. activist Stokely Carmichael. 85 The paper, on the other hand, had high praise for our Afro-American brothers. 8 Degrees The nationalism of this publication was akin to its counterpart among their Afro-American brothers. Its writers reported on Black Power and H. Rap Brown. And their ethnocentrism meant that they could allege without qualification that Asians themselves are to blame for the plight in which they find themselves in Kenya. 87 They were explicit in asserting that Afro-Americans were showing innocent Africa the road to Uhuru through Black Power. 88 This nationalism merged with an admiration for China, as they frequently cited Chairman Mao and his assertion that political power grows out of the barrel of a sun's too. From its inception, this journal was critical of the multiracial nature of ZAPU and complimentary about the committed African socialist approach of ZANU. ZAPU was scared to fight, it suggested, while ZANU had taken advantage of the presumed anti-white attitudes of the masses and had been the only liberation movement to have caused evil settlers to lose their lives. This attitude was fueled among ZANU supporters by the simple fact that there were few among the European minority courageous enough to identify staunchly with majority rule. Hence, it became easier for the point to be alleged that not only were there no radicals among the Europeans, there were no liberals among settlers either. 9 The identification of the Zimbabwe News with African Americans did not arise in a vacuum. When Coloreds in Rhodesia organized in 1968, their central group, the National Association of Colored People, mirrored its counterpart of similar name in the United States. 2. ZANU was quite close to anti-ANC elements in South Africa, which in turn were influenced by political streams flowing from the United States, including the writings of Richard Wright. Plus, the decline of working-class organizations in the United States led to the rise in influence of the African American middle class, particularly the rise of middle-class nationalism, which was not outraged by exploitation per se but more so by the fact that it was Euro-Americans and not themselves who were exploiting the masses of African Americans. There was arable soil in Rhodesia for such a trend to grow. Not only were trade unions weak but, as Angela Cheater has suggested, for years Salisbury had been building an African middle class by allotting land to a select few, particularly during the time when the European population was comparatively tiny. Thus, she reports, by 1973 one African farmer had an annual turnover $R million and approximately 130 employees staffed 8 businesses. Registered when UDI occurred, there was an African middle class of some heft, particularly compared to that in neighboring nations. ZAPU charged frequently that ZANU's appeal was to middle-class intellectuals. 98 The scholar Patrick O'Meara has agreed. Of course, this stratum could also be found in the leadership ranks of ZAPU itself, but that does not obscure the differences particularly in foreign policy that distinguished the two groups. The characterization middle-class intellectual befits ZANU founder Sithole and also does justice to Robert Mugabe, the man most closely identified with ZANU over the years. Born in Zivimba Reserve in 1926, Mugabe was regarded as a true mission boy. A blue blood who belonged to the Zivimba chiefly clan, he was entitled to contest for the chieftainship. He was a real intellectual but until he went to Ghana, claimed one anti-ZANU organ, he never knew that there was nothing wrong in fighting for your country even if you are educated. Interestingly, ZAPU, which wrestled with its own middle-class intellectual problem, used this label and the presumed qualities that went along with it to attack Mugabe. Mugabe, it was reported, had been a victim of poor education and believed that the struggle belonged to those who had failed in life, the uneducated, the unemployable, the spivs. At Fort Hare, it was said, he had not identified with the anti-colonial struggle either, but after spending time in Ghana, he knew better. When he returned home from Krumas, Ghana on a holiday in July 1960, he did not intend to stay. However, he attended a political rally, and when the voice of one of the main speakers became hoarse, the well-spoken Mugabe had the opportunity to address the crowd of 100,000, according to this anti-Mugabe account. Thus began his ascendancy to the highest levels of African politics. However, even then, he was called proud and aloof. Press accounts were critical. He terribly lacks the common touch. He can hardly carry out a friendly conversation with people who are not of his educational level. His most deadly weakness is that he looks at the struggle as a means to project his self-pride and personality. On the other hand, unlike many of his comrades, he was not considered ambitious. In fact, the Zimbabwe Sun called him the least ambitious of all the political vultures of ZANU. However, it added, he would not hesitate to wreck the organization, if his self-pride is hurt or if he is hurt personally. 10 degrees. Though Mugabe was a Catholic, he defined himself as a Marxist-Leninist. However, ZANU's hostility toward Moscow and closeness to Beijing meant that Washington viewed him as the lesser of evils. Hence, in the spring of 1979, as elections loomed, New York Times columnist Anthony Lewis, reporting from Maputo, sought to convince his readers of ZANU's legitimacy by reminding them that Moscow not only allegedly considered its leader Mugabe an upstart but also backed Komu of ZAPU. At this juncture, China and the United States were allied against the Soviet Union and those perceived as being Moscow's surrogates. Strikingly, this development occurred as China itself was in the throes of a wrenching economic transition that involved a substantial infusion of capital from the overseas Chinese community. This development was an expression of pan-Chinese sentiment and Chinese nationalism. Interestingly, this nationalism may have facilitated Maoist China's alliance with ZANU. Thus, in the summer of 1976, the Washington Post reported an extraordinary development: Chinese soldiers decamped in Tanzania. Perhaps Beijing's closest ally on the continent were helping ZANU murder opposing ZAPU cadre. Copyright 2. ZAPU itself was more explicit, charging that Chinese military experts fired light machine guns and automatic rifles and set their dogs on the panic-stricken former ZAPU reservists. 7 died, scores were wounded. Worse, ZAPU concluded, Tanzania, in delaying the investigation for so long, had in actual fact connived with ZANU to destroy material evidence. The investigation should also probe the Chinese military instructors' involvement in the massacre. Eventually, according to the Zimbabwe Review, 13 bodies were exhumed, and 28 were still unaccounted for. The triumph of ZANU was aided immeasurably by the same alliance that triumphed in the Cold War when the Soviet Union dissolved Washington and Beijing. The multifaceted aid that ZANU received from U.S. ally China and the stumbles of ZAPU itself guaranteed that the former would emerge triumphant in the elections of 1980. Repeatedly, ZAPU was accused of husbanding its military forces. It claimed in response that it did not want to recklessly toss them into battle against the more experienced Rhodesian troops, but this charge stung and stuck. It reinforced ZANU's assertion that it was more willing to wield the barrel of the gun and, thus, to oust the recalcitrant Rhodesians from power. In the countryside, where the bulk of the population resided, ZAPU probably had less appeal than ZANU. Perhaps because of this, at various times ZAPU engaged disastrously in negotiations with Ian Smith's government, which was backed heavily by farmers in the countryside. In this, ZAPU mirrored its South African ally, the ANC. In his History of South Africa, Govan Mbeki has pointed out that in spite of the awakening of the peasants in reserves throughout the country, both the ANC and the Communist Party gave scant attention to organization of the peasants. Degree 4 Mbeki, the father of Mandela's successor as South African president, Thabo Mbeki, also has noted that the ANO's chief rival, the Pan-Africanist Congress, was led by intellectuals, like Robert Sobukwe, Potlako Lebalo, Peter Raburiko, and Z.B. Mollett. Degree 5. Moreover, like the ANC, ZAPU was more prone to accept members from the European minority. In a nation where this group was largely identified with oppression and reaction, this did not necessarily endear ZAPU to the wider population. 2 degree. Moreover, Komu's forces did not help their cause when they reportedly assaulted ZANU members and sympathizers after ZANU's founding in 1963. 1 degree 7 Viewing ZANU as a nascent pock of South Africa, Komu and his allies assailed the newcomers as tribalists and opportunists, political informers, and the functional equivalent of a snake. 1 degree 8 Early in 1965 a pro-Komu paper wondered why he had been banned but not ZANU's Sithole, and why the latter could hold meetings but the former could not. Why did Hastings Banda of Malawi, an ally of the United States and apartheid South Africa, back ZANU? They asked plaintively. The perception that ZAPU was allied with the chief Cold War antagonists of the United States did not help Komu's cause in the long run. Particularly after the defeat of U.S. allies in Angola, a hysteria arose about supposed Soviet advance globally, and inevitably this hysteria became fixated on Rhodesia. That the kith and kin of Euro-Americans were implicated in this battle made this advance all the more sensitive and important. In this context, the triumph of ZANU became an acceptable consolation. Eventually ZANU and ZAPU allied in the Patriotic Front, which joined in talks with Rhodesia in both Switzerland and the United Kingdom, talks that led to a negotiated settlement. Still, the parties ran separately in the 1980 elections, and Washington no doubt was not displeased that ZAPU did not prevail. For it was becoming increasingly evident that the chief antagonist of the United States, the Socialist Bloc, favored ZAPU. Though the memorandum was not unveiled until years later, the U.S. State Department would not have been surprised by the summary memorandum of a spring 1979 meeting in Havana between the counselor of the Soviet embassy there and Cuban communist leader Raúl Valdés Vivo, whose portfolio included relations with Africa. In between noting the presence in Rhodesia of 2,000 mercenaries, the Cuban leader mentioned that his nation was unable to satisfy requests to send pilots for the repulsion of air attacks on the training camps for the Patriotic Front armed forces. 11 degree The Cubans were not able to come to ZAPU's aid this time by sending their own armed forces, but Cuba and the Soviet Union did not hesitate in providing all manner of military materiel, and this was not viewed benignly in Washington either. The ANC of South Africa had similar global ties, and this too irked the United States. Thomas Nkobi, the ANC treasurer, was born in Rhodesia, and this facilitated his close working relationship with ZAPU. ZAPU militants often were trained in Eastern Europe, and this suggested that these relationships would continue after independence. Komu himself was in and out of the Cold War tripwire, East Berlin, quite frequently, and often was photographed with communist leader Erich Honecker. 12 That he was also known to meet frequently with executives of LONRO, the UK-based transnational corporation, did not assuage doubts about him. In Washington. The dilemma faced by ZAPU was revealed with clarity when an ally of the Liberation Forces, Sister Janice McLaughlin, ascribed recent anti-Catholic tendencies in some groups to the training received in some countries, among which she named the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Ethiopia. 4 When the sympathetic U.S. nun raised queries about a bedrock ZAPU alliance, it was indicative of the uphill climb that this group had to endure in its relations with the United States. Despite these trends, the rumor persisted that Washington favored Komu over the supposedly more militant Mugabe. Thus, in the summer of 1977 it was reported that the Anglo-American aim is that Mr. Komu should emerge as Zimbabwe's prime minister. 5 That the Anglo-American alliance, which had colonized Rhodesia in the first instance, backed Komu was not news that would help him among Africans, nor, for that matter, would it help him in the eyes of most African Americans? Such rumors may have contributed to ZAPU's smashing defeat in the elections of 1980, which led to Robert Mugabe becoming the nation's first post-independence leader, a development that effectively liquidated colonial rule. The Catholic Commission for Justice and Peace reported that physical intimidation was a factor in his victory, with ZANU leaders allegedly claiming that if they did not prevail, the war would continue. Registered, however, Rhodesia did not die after the election. It moved to South Africa, where despite the historic Anglo-Boer enmity, Rhodesia with the aid of its old friends in the United States was able to help stave off majority rule for a while longer. Conclusion. The writer Robert Scott Jaster has captured the utter irony of Rhodesia in decline. In late 1979, he observes, an American who had served in the Rhodesia Armed Forces broke the news that South African troops were directly involved in the Rhodesia fighting on a scale far greater anything previously expected. He alleged that SAPF troops, wearing Rhodesian uniforms and using vehicles painted in Rhodesian colors, were effectively controlling the southern quarter of the country. This revelation was jarring because since the inception of the colonial project in Rhodesia in the 1890s, white solidarity had been the byword, and this concept had been shaped and influenced heavily by forces from the United States, in conscious distinction to developments in neighboring Afrikaner-dominated South Africa. But now, as an evident signal that the colonial project was coming to an ignominious close, an American was helping to remove Ian Smith's final prop by revealing that Salisbury's age-old counterpoint South Africa was seeking to redeem Rhodesia. Times had changed. Though Ian Smith praised the U.S. role in dealing with his beleaguered regime, he scorned South Africa's alleged great betrayal of Salisbury. The former apartheid rulers have reason to view Smith as an ungrateful wretch, for they strived mightily to save his tottering state, sensing correctly that when it fell, their own would not be far behind. Scholar Henry Jackson has reported that Rhodesia received 98.7% of South Africa's arms exports from 1970 to 1979. Despite such generous aid, however, Rhodesians persisted in castigating their neighbor for alleged lack of support. Old-fashioned anti-Afrikaner sentiment may have sparked this lack of gratitude. In the dying days of Ian Smith's regime, it seemed that Rhodesians had yet to ingest the basic lesson from the United States brought by Frederick Burnham in the 1890s, the dire need for white solidarity and a ruthless struggle against ethnocentrism, without which they would have to contend with the ultimate nightmare that is, African majority rule. Ironically, one of the many reasons that Rhodesia collapsed was its inability to exemplify the whiteness it was allegedly struggling to preserve. In 1976, Salisbury's Deputy Prime Minister, Ted Sutton Price, revealed confidentially to a closed audience of supporters that 50% of the Rhodesian defense bill was paid by South Africa. Despite this staggering admission, he still insisted that South African leader Vorster was the bad guy, charging, the reason for the failure was because of pressure. Now, it was true that Pretoria placed its own security ahead of that of Salisbury, but this obvious and inevitable fact did little to explain why Rhodesia continued to maintain that South Africa was driving its northern neighbor out of existence. South African military leaders like Magnus Malan, who received advanced training in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, had no reason to want to see the noose around Smith's neck tighten as African majority rule moved ever closer to Pretoria. Perhaps suggestive of the significant South African role during the war was how Zimbabwean guerrilla fighters persisted in taking on noms de guerre that reflected their antipathy for Pretoria. Boers, your reign/kingdom shall be destroyed by the war and Boers shall be butchered were two examples of such names. Still, these naming practices reflected not only South African military involvement in the war but also residual Rhodesian hostility toward its dominating and often domineering neighbor. During his sojourn in the region, Frederick Burnham had been struck by the extreme animosity between Boer and Britain. It was worse than Kansas and Nebraska, he thought. The Boers were far from innocent, but the Britons who swaggered throughout their empire were probably more culpable, particularly in the early days of Rhodesia. The vicious Anglo-Boer War at the turn of the 20th century helped to ossify these antipathies. and to the extent that tensions were reduced between the two over the years, a partial factor was the ability of Boer and Briton alike to curb their mutual hostility and redirect it toward the Africans. The scholar Lucretia L. Isley acknowledges that this binding racism was a balm that assuaged the inferiority complex of many colonial whites endowed with less than first-rate talents. Rhodesia would have achieved higher productivity with African advancement, but the option of stunted productive forces was the preferred alternative. Evidently this was an atmosphere that white South Africans found desirable. During the 1927 to 1951 era, more people of European ancestry immigrated to Row 267 from South Africa than from Great Britain. After the victory of Conclusion Afrikaner nationalists in the elections of 1948, a considerable number of Britons fled South Africa for Rhodesia. There they became embroiled in the effort to eliminate the franchise not just for Africans but for the poorer Boers as well. This effort mirrored trends south of the border. Dan O'Meara writes that during this period in South Africa most English-speaking whites were possessed of profound contempt for Afrikaners, viewing their language, their culture, their Calvinism, and their politics as pathetic hangovers from a pre-industrial age. This animus was reciprocated. One of the chief architects of apartheid, Hendrik Verwoerd, had been educated in Bulawayo. Nevertheless, in addition to his obvious disdain for Africans, he also expressed resentments against Britons, not least because racist gossip among English-speaking opponents made frequent reference to the fact that anyone could tell was not as pure white as her husband's ideology. Even as the war in Rhodesia raged and Salisbury needed to jettison whatever was restraining a maximum effort, the regime could not manage to purge itself altogether of age-old ethnic tensions. Ian Smith's own son in 1975 confessed that he once hated white South Africans more than anybody in his life. Mark Dawson, a pilot with the Rhodesian military, referred derisively to his erstwhile comrades from South Africa as slopes, a derogatory term ascribed to a person who is extremely stupid or with a sloping cranium resembling those of Neanderthals. Dawson's detestation of Afrikaners meant that he refused to cross the border and assist their regime after 1980. A number of his Rhodesian compatriots did not act similarly, though they had great trepidation about the decision to aid Pretoria. In the spring of 1980, former Rhodesian Prime Minister Garfield Todd was driving from Salisbury to Shabani when he picked up a young white man who obviously had no idea who Todd was and so told the aging former leader in detail about his exploits in the Silas Scouts. Then the rider added, "We're going to South Africa, but this is all very hush-hush. We're all going, officers and all." This was striking, he explained, for some of the chaps weren't keen. They said, he concluded, they didn't want to go and fight for a bunch of Dutchmen. So, despite the mutual recriminations, a number of Rhodesians swallowed their animosity in the interest of racial solidarity. After they crossed the border, many of these Rhodesians emerged in the 1908 as the staunchest opponents of the ANC government as they were absorbed into the English community. In manifesting this solidarity, they resembled the U.S. mercenaries who had come to aid Salisbury. One of this latter group suggested in November 1980 as he was heading south that you can make your way to South Africa where you will be welcomed and continue the fight there. The fight he was referring to was for white supremacy and anti-communism. It is unclear how many Euro-Americans followed his example, but as the conflict in South Africa heightened in the years following Zimbabwe's independence, it was evident that outsiders were playing a significant role. Those from the United States found it hard to understand why Rhodesians and Afrikaners would allow ethnic tension to stand in the way of racial solidarity and could not fathom why even more whites from Rhodesia did not head south. The strains between Boer and Briton might well have been even more irritating but for the binding bomb provided by elements from the United States. Harvard political scientist Samuel Huntington was consulted frequently by Pretoria, and his ideas about how to bring the veneer of reform while avoiding revolution were influential throughout the region. This U.S. interest was not simply altruistic, there was not only substantial U.S. investment in South Africa and, to a lesser extent, in Rhodesia, but there was also considerable South African investment in the United States. In 1981 it was reported that Harry Oppenheimer's Anglo-American Corporation, which also was invested heavily in the former Rhodesia, was the largest single foreign investor in the United States, with assets of $15 billion. South African interests were also some of the most significant investors in the Rhodesian economy. It was revealed subsequently that South African interests had bought leading American newspapers and were funding pro-South African movies with big-name stars and subsidizing successful elections campaigns in the United States. 14 This triangle of U.S., South African, and Rhodesian financial interests provided a powerful incentive that promoted the curbing of ethnic tensions. Thus, although there was ethnic hostility, there was also a commonality of interest driving military intervention first in Rhodesia and then in South Africa, and the United States was a major force in defining and reflecting these commonalities. But even in South Africa racial solidarity was not easy to maintain. It was evident that many in South Africa deeply resented the United States. Clive Darby Lewis, who was implicated in the slaying of South African communist leader Chris Hani, also had plans to murder Pretoria's former foreign minister Pik Botha, because, he told a reporter, we suspected him of being an agent for the Americans. 5. Still, despite these intermittent antagonisms, the continuing influx of combatants from the United States and Rhodesia helped Pretoria to double the troops it maintained in its rebellious colony of Namibia from 1974 to 1980.16. It was not just bodies from the United States and Rhodesia that South Africa gained. With this influx, Pretoria began to take many of their cues from Rhodesia in designing the incorporation of blacks into the defense force and in rationalizing the desegregation of the military to the white South African public. South Africans learned other rewarding techniques from Rhodesians. Dissidents of neighboring countries could be organized and supplied with arms, displaced soldiers of the same countries could be recruited and captured opponents turned. And information was best supplied by locals who, if need be, could also be supplied with combat techniques. The South African Police Security Branch honed its skills in Rhodesia and then applied them at home, specializing in interrogation, misinformation, and dirty tricks. 1 degree The writer Johan van Rooyen claims that 100,000 or so from the European minority in Rhodesia, including an undetermined number originally from the United States, moved to South Africa in the 1980s. These included many who refused to accept black rule and were unreconstructed racists. Moreover, because of strict exchange controls they had lost most of their wealth, and many came to South Africa determined not to let the process be repeated. Their bitterness toward Africans and, to an extent, toward Afrikaners seemed to fuel a raging fury that found a convenient outlet in the conflict in South Africa that escalated in the 1980s. To be sure, just as Rhodesia often exaggerated the horrors brought by U.S. mercenaries in order to downplay their own role, South Africa also pointed the finger of accusation at foreigners in order to escape blame for the massive human rights violations that characterized post-1980 apartheid. Still, the varied roles played by those from the United States and Rhodesia was startling. In fact, mercenaries and other thugs who played a large role in turning the Rhodesian War into a charnel house of horrors took their macabre skills south after the independence of Zimbabwe in 1980. Their peculiar skills were supplemented by skills contributed by others from the United States, who somehow found apartheid South Africa a congenial place to reside. Dr. Robert Milton Hall, a U.S.-born dentist, was given South African citizenship in 1981. By 1987 he had become a major funder of the ruling National Party, but by 1989 had pledged his support to the even more reactionary Conservative Party. By 1992 he was prominent in the Free Cape movement, which supported Zulu nationalist Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Hall was also accused of being a major tax evader. The Church of Scientology, which was founded in the United States, reportedly helped Buthelez's party reorganize its administration before the 1994 elections. Indeed, some of the key advisors of Buthelez's Inkatha Freedom Party, which helped to turn Natal into a catastrophic abattoir, had roots in Rhodesia and the United States. Peter Smith, for example, the chief negotiator for Inkatha at constitutional negotiations, had been born in the United Kingdom and immigrated to Rhodesia as a child. In the early 1990s, this committed federalist and believer in a free market economy was helping to shape the future of a third country, South Africa. 72. But just as Euro-Americans raced to aid Rhodesia in its hour of need, despite ethnic tensions, Rhodesians embittered by the horrid war they had just endured raced to assist their next-door neighbor in South Africa. Zimbabwean independence in 1980 did not bring closure to the pursuits of the Rhodesians. Jacques Pau maintains that at independence at least so Rhodesians with military and security connections crossed the border into South Africa like U.S. mercenaries. These Rhodesians played central roles in the security apparatus of their newly adopted homeland. In some ways, U.S. mercenaries were to the Rhodesian War as Rhodesians were to the South African War. The Rhodesians' impact in South Africa is best measured in qualitative, not quantitative terms. They occupied essential positions, though their numbers at first glance do not appear to be significant. 5. Geoffrey Price, for example, had been a leading Rhodesian intelligence official, then was trusted sufficiently to be appointed a director of the Zimbabwean Central Intelligence Organization. Soon after Zimbabwean independence, however, he crossed the Limpopo River and joined South Africa's Directorate of Covert Collection, that is, its intelligence arm. In his new nation, Price became a leader of the disreputable Civil Cooperation Bureau of South Africa, which masterminded murders and dirty tricks against Pretoria's opponents. Dirk Coetzee, the first commander of the South Africa Police Death Squad at Vlak Plaas, was formerly with the Rhodesian military. According to Jacques Pau's study of apartheid's assassins, the killings Coetzee witnessed in Rhodesia made a deep impression on him. Ryan Stander was another who fought in Rhodesia before joining Pretoria's security forces. The war changed his whole life, he maintained. Jack Cronje, former head of the Northern Transvaal Security Branch and a commander at the Death Squad encampment at Vlak Plaas, also was a Rhodesian. Joe Verster, managing director of the CCB and, in Pau's assessment, once one of the most powerful military leaders in South Africa, had also worked with the Rhodesian military previously. Barry Bowden, formerly of the Rhodesian Light Infantry, later joined the CCS, where he conducted a scary bombing campaign in Zimbabwe. Brood van Heerden, after serving in Rhodesia, joined the security forces of South Africa, where his most noteworthy accomplishment was devising a fiendish plot to spread HIV among African prostitutes in Johannesburg. He then moved on to KwaZulu-Natal, where he played a major role in fueling violence that took the lives of thousands of Africans. Before moving to South Africa, Malcolm Matt Calloway, formerly of Rhodesia, helped to form a group known as Super ZAPU in Zimbabwe, which terrorized the newly independent state and led to the deaths of thousands of Africans. A prime suspect in the murder of Namibian patriot and anti-apartheid militant Anton Lubowski was an Irishman and former member of Rhodesia's Grey Scouts called Donald Akison. Degree Wilhelm Radt was born in 1948 in South Africa but spent his youth in his father's hometown in West Germany. He taught in Namibia before joining the Rhodesian Light Infantry in 1973. In 1979, sensing how the war would turn out, this son of the pan-European world left to join the South African Voluntary Battalion 32 in Southwest Africa and Angola. There he became commander of an elite reconnaissance unit and during 1987 seconded as instructor to the UNITA soldiers in the Caprivi, where he worked with Bushman tribes. After retiring in 1991 hard on the heels of the unbanning of the African National Congress and South African Communist Party, he helped to form the Pretoria Boyera Commando, a paramilitary unit primed to challenge the post-apartheid dispensation. Later, after occupying a fort, he was convicted on weapons and other charges and jailed in May 1996. 77 Eugene Primeval de Kock may be the most significant alumnus of the Rhodesian War who migrated south of the border. He was actually born in South Africa, where his father was a neo-Nazi. Eventually, de Kock did 9 tours of duty in Rhodesia, beginning in 1968, each tour lasted about 4 months. According to his memoir, De Kock learned a great deal in Rhodesia, mostly from the Rhodesian instructors, as he put it, an enormous effect on me. One lesson he learned was to shoot first and then ask questions. He happened to be present in Namibia when canned food contaminated with thallium arrived from the former Rhodesia, which was to be consumed by Africans. At that time, de Kock was serving with the unit Koifuit, or Crowbar, whose reputation for violence and murder was unrivaled in the region. Primeval was also influenced by currents from the United States. When he sought to start in Namibia a version of Renamo, the terrorist group that was so successful in destabilizing the newly independent Mozambique, he was influenced, he said, by the operations of the American Green Berets. At a certain point in South Africa, he argued, idealism was eclipsed by the hard-nosed theories of John J. McCune, a U.S. Army officer who specialized in counterterrorism, including the elimination of revolutionaries. This, he said, became the maxim of the days. 22 The inflammation of the Rhodesia War, an inflammation fueled in no small part by mercenaries who had no immediate stake in the nation, was exported to South Africa. As early as 1977, journalist Max Dupreez of South African Broadcasting charged that it was Rhodesians who invented the necklace, the gruesome practice associated with the South African conflict of placing a tire filled with fuel around the neck of a suspected or actual African agent of apartheid, then dropping a match on the unfortunate soul. De Kock claimed that he learned this grisly technique while serving in Rhodesia. Like so many others who fled southward, de Kock was reported to have suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. It began when he was fighting in Rhodesia, as it was a particularly cruel war. The founder of the South African Police Service's infamous death squad at Vlak Plaas, which employed de Kock, was also a veteran of the Rhodesian conflict. 2. As Dr. Jackie Cilliers, formerly with the South Africa Defence Force, put it, the culture which had been practiced in Angola, Mozambique, Rhodesia, was then brought back by the military into South Africa by de Kock and his comrades. De Kock has been cited as Exhibit A in the indictment of Rhodesia's huge role during the conflict in South Africa. Billed as South Africa's most notorious assassin, in his capacity as commander of the South African Police's counterinsurgency unit based at Vlak Plaas. In 1996 he was found guilty of 6 murders, but he was suspected of many more. Unfortunately, de Kock was not terribly unique. For example, compare him to Peter Castleton, who also fought in Rhodesia. In 1976, according to press reports, Castleton had an important intelligence role in the Kimoyo massacre. Unlike de Kock, he hated Afrikaners more than blacks. However, this did not bar him from departing Zimbabwe for the south, where his uncontrolled wrath was unleashed. In 1982 he was involved in the bombing of ANC offices in London. He was also caught burgling SWAPO offices in London and was obligated to spend 32 months in jail. Following that, he formed a business partnership with a notorious drug dealer and became involved in drug and ivory smuggling. He also aided Renamo, the anti-government forces in Mozambique. The influence of Rhodesia and its war on the discord in South Africa was, in short, pervasive. It has also endured. A 1996 press report described the scene at the headquarters of the 5 Recce, a South African military brigade. A glass case next to the pulpit contains the standard of old Rhodesia Silas Scouts. So revered is the Scouts' martial legacy, and their inspiration for South Africa's own special forces, that elements of their standard remain in the insignia of the 5 Recce itself. This brigade, founded in 1979 just as the conclusion of the Rhodesian War brought a flood of cutthroats across the border, was reputed to be one of apartheid South Africa's most effective military units. Even after the coming to power of the ANC government in 1994, this racialist brigade had not changed appreciably. Though de Kock is presently imprisoned, many of the others with Rhodesian connections are not. They continue to exert a baneful influence on regional politics, and it is unclear whether they have relinquished their dream of returning to power through force of arms, from the barrel of a gun. Many of them were heavily involved in stoking violence in KwaZulu-Natal during the 1980s and early 1990s. This in itself would be bad enough, but worse, perhaps, are the ties of many of these elements to organized crime factions. The spiraling crime wave afflicting newly independent South Africa results in part from the machinations of the apartheid authorities, who were more interested in fighting political dissent than crime, not least because of their own striking ties to organized crime. The corruption that now afflicts Zimbabwe and South Africa has spread like malarial microbes in the human bloodstream, and the tolerance of organized crime by the ancien regime is partially responsible for this proliferation. In his account of the apartheid regime, Jacques Pau does not indicate whether it was unusual when former apartheid president P.W. Botha had a secret meeting with a mafia boss. Certainly, notes Pau, the culture, techniques, skills, and methods of apartheid death squads had much in common with those of a gang of ordinary thugs. These units, he concludes, were very much like the Sicilian mafia. The CCS itself was not above hiring gangsters. According to Pau, the security forces of South Africa and, I might add, those of Rhodesia attracted losers, liars, psychos, and killers. In this culture of corruption, many in the security forces on both sides of the Limpopo inexorably drifted toward criminal money grabbing. De Kock, for one, was involved in a scheme to counterfeit American dollars. Another, Chappies Klopper of the South African security forces, became heavily involved in the underworld, where he became a drug smuggler and fraudster. It was strangely appropriate when apartheid operative Eugene Riley and his lover Julie Wilkin were murdered in 1994 in a manner not unlike how U.S. mobster Bugsy Siegel was killed while they were in their parlor watching the movie about his life, Bugsy. Again, there were other U.S. connections. Dirk Stoffberg, who marketed a Rhodesian submachine gun in South Africa and Europe during the 1970s, went on to set up a consulting business, becoming a prosperous businessman in the process. He was rumored to have worked for the American Central Intelligence Agency, along with his gang of freelance criminals. 34 In that capacity he was reported to have been involved in the October Surprise, the alleged scheme that involved the campaign to elect Ronald Reagan U.S. President in 1980, conspiring with Iranian officials to delay the release of U.S. hostages until after the November election. It has long been recognized that Richard Nixon's illicit foreign policy ultimately came back to haunt him domestically, that is, his use of anti-Castro Cubans in the Watergate burglary and in other aspects of his foreign policy ultimately had disastrous consequences for him at home. Many of the anti-communist adventurers that he utilized similarly had organized crime connections. 7 However, just as the role of U.S. mercenaries in southern Africa has received insufficient attention in the scholarly literature, the connections of these forces with organized crime and with U.S. foreign policy likewise has not been adequately examined. Part of this has to do with the sparseness of the official record. These are not the kind of activities that normally are reflected in daily memoranda, and, in any event, destruction of records has been the norm in southern Africa. In short, Rhodesian influence remained regnant throughout apartheid South Africa after 1980. Harvey Ward, a former head of Rhodesian Broadcasting, who had wide international political contacts, was the moving force behind a 1991 scheme to form a new anti-ANC moderate party that would secretly cooperate with the elections. Though this idea did not take off, Ward continued to play a significant role in South African politics until his death in 1995. 36 He was not alone. Ron Reed Daly of the Silla Scouts became a commander of the so-called Transkei Defense Force in the apartheid-era Bantustan and, as well, headed a security firm. Rowan Cronje, a cabinet member in Ian Smith's government, became a personal advisor to the Ciskei regime. Yet another Bantustan. 37 Operatives from the former Rhodesia were reported to be involved in the assassination of South African communist leader Chris Hani. 38 The Rhodesian influence on the ultra-right in South Africa was exposed in 1997, when Ian Smith published his memoirs and received a passionate and loving welcome in Durban and other cities, despite his accusation of Pretoria's great betrayal of him. Smith, who had been living a quiet life in his home in Harare, which, ironically, bordered the Cuban embassy was greeted like a rock star or touring potentate. As Smith's visit demonstrated, Rhodesia was still a powerful symbol in regional politics for both the left and the right. Just before Smith's visit, the Food and Allied Workers Union in South Africa demonstrated at Nestlé's headquarters in Johannesburg, claiming that Nestlé is controlled by ex-Rhodesian whites, not Swiss. This charge helped to account for the parlous labor management relations that obtained in that dispute. Degree as South Africa's 1999 election approached, its neighbor to the north continued to be pointed to as a negative example, particularly by parties that represented the interests of the European minority. Marthinus van Schalkwyk, leader of the opposition New National Party, spoke to the thousands that had fled across the border after ZANU came to power in 1980 by warning that South Africa would become another Zimbabwe if the ruling African National Congress attained more than 2/3 of the vote. Simultaneously, he criticized another minority party, the Democratic Party, for adopting a confrontational stance, saying that it fueled racial antagonism and smacked of the hopeless isolationism of Ian Smith. The anti-ANC opposition actually deployed posters referring repeatedly to Robert Mugabe himself. The lessons to be learned from Rhodesia and Zimbabwe seemed to be a major theme for these minority parties in South Africa. Remarkably, the percentage of the vote garnered by the formerly Afrikaner-dominated National Party fell precipitously in 1999, with its constituency seeking to preserve its privilege by voting for the Democratic Party, which was based among the English population and had gained a reputation for liberalism during the apartheid era. However, as in the United States, what appeared to be happening in South Africa was the forging of a new whiteness, with English-speaking elites in the advance guard and Afrikaners acquiescing to this new reality. 44 This may have been attributable to the perception that Afrikaner nationalism had failed to be a reliable defender of whiteness and the concomitant trauma this induced. It may have been due to the influx of Rhodesians and their tipping the scales of the minority community away from the Afrikaners. Whatever the case, the Democratic Party, which was once symbolized by the veteran anti-apartheid campaigner Helen Suzman, by 1999 had become, according to the Weekly Mail and Guardian, the party of Piet Retief of Oudtshoorn, once a supporter of the white supremacist Conservative Party, and many like him. Sensing this epochal change, ANC leader Tony Yengeni warned pointedly that the new South African racist therefore does not wear an Afrikaner weerstand beweging uniform. No, they can come in baggy Italian suits and upper-middle-class English accents. Plus though the fact that Suzman was Jewish was seen as part of her outsider status in an apartheid South Africa dominated by Afrikaners, that Democratic Party leader Tony Leon was equally of this faith had not barred him from coming to be recognized as the penultimate defender of another faith, whiteness. Little wonder that Professor Bode Lucas of South Africa was forced to concede that he was now in a position to understand the statement made by Andrew Young in 1978 that the British had institutionalized racism. 7 Ineluctably, the final defense of whiteness in South Africa has been left metaphorically to the British, those most conversant with the Rhodesian tradition. Rhodesia may have disappeared in 1980, but it continued to resonate in the region thereafter. In the 1970s, Thomas Schaff, a right-wing religious activist from the United States, campaigned vigorously against sanctions against Salisbury. Later he worked as an agricultural advisor in Rhodesia, then Zimbabwe, but fled to Mozambique after some of his more nefarious activities were discovered. There, according to writer William Minter, he became Renamo's most energetic lobbyist and often encountered Mozambicans whom he had helped support in the Rhodesian days. His work was supported by a shadowy network funded in part by obscure but well-connected businessmen, such as James Blanchard of Louisiana and William Ball of Indianapolis, and by former C1A Deputy Director Ray Klein, father-in-law of the well-known U.S. mercenary Robert McKenzie. 8 Indeed, mercenary activity was not extinguished with the conclusion of the Rhodesian War but continues to this day, albeit frequently under the guise of a military consultant business. Because political structures in Africa are relatively weak and the riches to be gained, diamonds, gold, and other precious resources, are so huge, this tormented continent has become infested with these latter-day mercenaries. Preeminent in this category has been an enterprise known as Gurkha Security Guards, headed by Nick Bell, a former British soldier, and the American Mackenzie. The two became heavily involved in the war in Sierra Leone in 1995 and recruited fighters to assist them from among Rhodesians and Russians, who had become prominent in mercenary activity in Africa after the collapse of the USSR. 4. Now, instead of being assisted by Red Russia in the battle against racist Rhodesia, Africans were terrorized as citizens from the two former antagonists aligned together after the collapse of the Berlin Wall. Also involved in Sierra Leone was Executive Outcomes, a mercenary firm headed by a former Rhodesian, Eben Barlow. A reporter who visited Barlow's Pretoria home in 1997 found a copy of the World Encyclopedia of Organized Crime displayed conspicuously, which may have been a casual indication of the kind of outfit he was running. 5 degree Though its competition, which included Gurkha, Alpha S, Ibis, Saracen, and others, was stiff, EO quickly established itself as a leader in this sordid field of soldiers for hire. Like Rhodes's pioneer column of the 1890s, EO was seeking to leverage military prowess for economic gain. In 1996, the writer Jeremy Harding reported that EO was attempting to diversify out of purely mercenary business. Security, military training, reconstruction, and the enormously lucrative logistics of rehabilitation, and was cultivating expertise in water projects, road building, housing, tourism, conservation, clinical care and medical supply, perhaps extensive farming. Of course, the company was interested also in exploration for minerals. Harding concluded, "It is a century or more since an expansionist enterprise in Africa was so explicitly linked to a competent mercenary force." From Africa, EO has spread its tentacles to Papua New Guinea, where by 1997 it was involved in fighting a secessionist movement in Bougainville. 5. The company's peripatetic nature caught the attention of the New York Times, which condemned the firm editorially. Soon thereafter, the South African government began to move legislatively to clip the wings of mercenary enterprises like E0 degree. It proved to be difficult, however, to extinguish such firms legislatively, for the base for their existence was simply too extensive. Durban alone was full of disgruntled ex-combatants, particularly Rhodesians. During the attempts in the early 1980s to oust the government of neighboring Seychelles, one of the numerically most important groups of mercenaries were the ex-Rhodesians. Historian Anthony Mockler also reports that in 1982, when former Ugandan President Geoffrey Binaza sought to depose the government in Kampala, he was backed by U.S. businessmen from the southern states, and that the 500 mercenaries involved were to be recruited by Raymond Ingram's International Security Agency in the United Kingdom, which attempted to draw upon the Durban reservoir of fighters for hire. For Binaza's scheme was mirrored by the 1987 plan to oust Ghanaian leader Jerry Rawlings and install a more compliant successor. According to Reuters, this plan was hatched with the aid of Ted Bishop, a Texas commodities broker, who had hired 8 mercenaries, U.S. veterans of Vietnam and Rhodesia, to do the job. Allegedly, U.S. intelligence was hoping to benefit from this scheme by springing some of their agents who had been jailed in Accra since 1984. Thus, expecting laws on their own to extinguish mercenary firms was fanciful thinking. The Weekly Mail sent Guardian reported that in South Africa alone there were more people employed in the security industry than their policemen. There were also links between private security companies and crime, and numerous allegations of private security company involvement in political and criminal violence in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. As the movement toward privatization increased in the 1980s, private security companies moved in to take over the policing functions of an overstretched police force which concentrated on police repression. This trend facilitated the growth of organized crime. 5** All these men trained in the use of weapons provided a natural base for the expansion of mercenary firms. There were trends in the region that seemed to present a replay of the 1890s, when soldiers of fortune utilized their military skills for economic benefit. Again, it seemed that the lumpen was becoming a class for itself. This development was assisted by the global trend toward limiting the role of the state sector, which instantly increased the power of those with capital who were disproportionately, though not exclusively, from the European minority. In southern Africa, the press reported on state-sponsored gangs who used government patronage to build criminal business empires. Run by 5 heavyweight black businessmen and called businessmen's gangs, they worked closely with Inkatha, a political faction based in KwaZulu-Natal, and were involved in drug dealing, carjacking, and the like. 57. Intriguingly, black gangs were proliferating, with one of the leading gangs in Cape Town known as the Americans. They listened to gangsta rappers like Snoop Doggy Dogg and Tupac Shakur, explained one source. Socioeconomic factors, including a startling escalation in unemployment, were a major factor in explaining this phenomenon. Still, according to the press, there were other factors, questions of identity, emasculation, and westernization that helped to explain these developments. 2.58 Thus, as the 21st century dawned, the mercenary enterprise that had once been a monopoly of the pan-European world had been democratized. However, befitting the state that billed itself as the sole remaining superpower, the United States continued to play an outsized role in this dirty business. In the fall of 1997, the Weekly Mail sent Guardian reported on the activity of two U.S.-based firms, Airscan and Military Professional Resources Incorporated in Cabinda, a province of Angola where Chevron pumped hundreds of millions of dollars in oil. First MPRI, then Airscan, guarded these facilities. The latter was reportedly linked to government intelligence agencies, while the former was reputed to have been involved in running guns from Uganda to the in southern Sudan. The lucrative pay in Cabinda, $225 per day, was not easy to obtain back home in the United States. In an era of privatization, prospects for such firms were considered to be bright, particularly in resource-rich southern Africa. 5. Interviewed by The Economist, Ed Soyster of MPRI wondered aloud, why not abolish standing armies and outsource war itself? Medieval Italian city-states did degree. The international community had not digested fully the profound point that the backwardness of Africa had quite ironically driven it into the vanguard of the privatization movement. The recrudescence of the mercenary in Africa had not escaped the attention of the international community. A senior United Nations official, Felix Downs Thomas, representative of the UN Secretary-General in Liberia, traced a link between security firms hired by warring factions and the flow of military equipment to Africa's battle zones. Ongoing conflicts in Africa, especially in Sierra Leone and the Congo, were being fought mainly for the pursuit of mineral riches, he noted, adding, these conflicts are referred to as diamond wars. Registered Soldier of Fortune, the magazine that had proven instrumental in mobilizing mercenaries for various conflicts in southern Africa, did not disappear with the conclusion of the war in Rhodesia. In fact, this journal seemed to expand its horrid activities. In 1986, a University of Arkansas student sued the magazine, alleging that he was shot and subjected to a car bombing by a criminal hired via an ad in their pages. In 1992, it was reported that a man had arranged for the murder of his wife at the hands of an assassin hired through the magazine's classified advertisement section. In 1994, Richard Braun was shot and killed by a masked gunman in the driveway of his suburban Atlanta home. The assailant was a mercenary recruited by business partner through an ad in Soldier of Fortune copyright. Plus, the mercenary phenomenon had come home to roost in a brutally privatized form. Mercenaries had begun to expand their treacherous activities. In 1997, the Washington Post reported that, on the border between San Diego and Tijuana, a major drug trafficking organization hired foreign mercenaries, including at least one American who served in the U.S. Army Special Forces, to train cartel security forces in advanced military tactics and surveillance techniques. Degree sent this cartel, the Ariano Felix outfit, was one of the most significant smugglers of illegal drugs into the United States. Meanwhile, back in Harare, a large group of visiting African Americans gathered to meet with their Zimbabwean counterparts in the summer of 1997. Though the Zimbabweans were told that the meeting was aimed at forging ties between Africans and people of African descent, David Colomu of Harare was surprised to discover that the African Americans had invited the American government and big capitalist companies such as Ford Motor Company, Coca-Cola, Colgate-Palmolive, 18M, Microsoft, and others as key players. Colomu wondered, with the full participation of these powerful forces, how successful could an attempt to forge African cooperation be? He warned that African American capitalists should leave the political project of Pan-Africanism to those who genuinely believe in it, and those who do believe in it should act now before the project is hijacked by pretenders. Registered 7 Colomu's points were well taken, but a cursory inspection of his own homeland would have revealed further reason for concern about the fate of the Pan-African world, for the regime of President Robert Mugabe had developed a well-deserved reputation for corruption and cronyism. The promise of the Liberation War had not been realized in toto. ZANU and ZAPU had merged, or, more precisely, the former had gobbled up the latter. But this development, which came after years of discord centered in Maitland, had not led to an improvement in the direction of the new entity, ZANU-PF. Disgruntled war veterans, angry trade unionists, militant students, and land-occupying peasants all were vigorously protesting Mugabe's government as a new millennium approached. The European minority, which had managed to maintain a good deal of its wealth despite majority rule, also was displeased with the government. The currency was collapsing, gross domestic product was shrinking, and prices were rising. Those Zimbabweans pointed the finger of accusation at Mugabe when assessing this dire situation. The president himself with some justification pointed at Washington. It was not just that the U.S.-dominated International Monetary Fund had forced a regime of cutbacks in health and education expenditures on his government. It was also Washington's reluctance to keep promises that Mugabe claims were made at the Lancaster House talks in Britain that led to independence. There, he said, a deadlock developed that lasted for several days. It concerned the land question, that is, the disproportionate ownership of land by the European minority. This impasse could have scuttled the talks, but then the United States stepped in. They promised that they would also assist, and it was only because of those promises that the agreement was signed, said Mugabe. The United States gave us some substantial aid for a start, but when Reagan assumed power, his administration stopped the flow of the funds. Registered. The ineluctable result of this chain of events was the explosion of land squatters that marked the Zimbabwean landscape as the 20th century drew to a close. Land was not the only difference irritating Harare-Washington relations. As the century was ending, Mugabe was acknowledging that 1,200 Zimbabweans were dying every week from the A1DS epidemic, yet a dispute had erupted about the access of southern African nations to the most advanced drugs from the United States to arrest this Holocaust. Unsurprisingly, the pressure of these grotesque developments had exacerbated tensions between Harare and Washington. Almost 2 decades after independence, President Mugabe excoriated the Western countries as being the worst racists in the world. The Zimbabwean press detailed his vehement attack. "No European country gave us weapons," he cried. "We were called terrorists because we were fighting the white men. Despite what they say about human rights, Europeans are the most racist people to the core." His words dripping with venom, he saved his final thrust for the leader of the Western countries. "To understand this racism," he declared, "you just have to go to the United States to see where the blacks live." 74 Firing back from the West Bank of the Atlantic, the New York Times complained with disgust that few African countries have followed a more disappointing trajectory over the past 2 decades than Zimbabwe, concluding, "This nation of 13 million people is becoming a fearful, militarized autocracy." 7. In this stinging editorial, the U.S. newspaper of record evinced no concern about a startling rise in overt expressions of white supremacy, which was fomenting concern throughout Zimbabwe. In the fall of 1998, the local press had reported the following incident: a Chisipite resident, that while relaxing at a restaurant in Borodale, a white patron walked up to him, called him Kafir, spat in his drink and walked away. The complainant said that he reported the case to management, who are alleged to have ignored the report, but instead asked the client to leave the premises for his own safety. It is reliably understood that a gang of white hooligans is on the loose, threatening and scaring off blacks from white patronized pubs. Employment was also being affected. Recently, black employees of a local financial institution claimed that there was rampant racism at the company, with senior white managers being accused of being the perpetrators. Some blacks at the institution were allegedly being systematically made to resign from work, and whites were being hired to replace them. 73. In an incident that outraged the entire region, a white farm manager in Masvingo allegedly urinated into the mouth of his black employee after he caught him sleeping during a lunch break. 74. These expressions, predictably, were causing Africans to circle the wagons, heightening the articulation of varying forms of nationalism and Pan-Africanism. Of course, this notion of Pan-Africanism, which had been propelled initially by those in the diaspora, particularly those living in the harsh U.S. conditions that Mugabe acknowledged, had attained a real milestone when minority regimes in southern Africa were ousted. Though often overlooked, a key role in the Pan-African project had been played by numerous Afro-Cuban troops, whose contribution to the expulsion of apartheid South Africa from southern Angola and Namibia was considerable. This book has been replete with ironies, but perhaps the crowning one is that the emancipation of southern Africa tended to erode the previous role of African Americans as leaders of Africans worldwide. Both ZANU-PF and the African National Congress government in South Africa inherited sizable state sectors, including well-endowed airline fleets, armed forces, universities, power grids, etc. Another sign of this burgeoning African role is that South Africa was being promoted for a permanent position on the powerful Security Council of the United Nations. During the Cold War, African Americans were able to utilize adroitly their government's fear of being accused by Moscow of human rights violations, and they were able to leverage this factor for desegregation gains. Meanwhile, Southern Africans, particularly South Africans, found it difficult to escape the charge that they were in league with communists, and they suffered as a result. However, the end of the Cold War led to a reversal of fortunes. The rationale for civil rights gains in the United States eroded with the collapse of the USSR, and, rather quickly, affirmative action and even the Voting Rights Act of 1965 came under assault, while a popularized bell curve theory developed that posited once again the inherent inferiority of African Americans. 7 cent. Yet, months after the crumbling of the Berlin Wall, Nelson Mandela was freed and the South African Communist Party was officially unbanned, as Pretoria found it difficult to continue portraying itself as a bastion against red influence. Hence, the ultimate irony of Pan-Africanism was that not only were its victories and defeats differentiated regionally, but, even more so, its successes and failures were heavily contingent on the global correlation of forces as much as on developments in Africa and the diaspora. In other words, Pan-Africanism in practice refuted the kind of essentialized racial and nationalistic identities that had come to characterize sectors of this movement in the United States. 77. A century after the pioneer column marked the growing U.S. interest in South Central Africa, that interest had not dissipated. Instead, as the 21st century began, the interest has expanded to include corporations, mercenary firms, and African Americans alike. Yet, despite the interval of decades, at times it appears that U.S. sophistication about the region has not advanced appreciably since the 1890s. Certainly the headlines littering the press could have been lifted from past eras. In March 1999, 3 white men from Indianapolis, John Lamont Dixon, 39, Gary George Blanchard, 34, and Joseph Wendell Pettijohn, 35, were arrested in Harare with a small arsenal of weapons and a diagram of President Mugabe's official residence. This material was discovered in their large 4-wheel drive vehicle, concealed behind secret panels. 8. They were said to be working with a religious organization, though, as one U.S. newspaper noted, mercenaries in Africa often pose as missionaries in order to mask arms shipments and travel unhindered. The Zimbabwe Mirror, which had been quite critical of the Mugabe Ernment, wondered if the three could have been part of a wider network of spies and mercenaries who, under the guise of missionary work, have been involved in a conspiracy to destabilize the whole region. The three belong to Harvest Field Ministries, a self-styled missionary group based in Indianapolis, associated with right-wing groups in the United States and Central America. Days before the arrest of the suspects, members of this group were seen loitering at Harare's airport as Mugabe arrived from a trip to South Africa, but his plane arrived 5.5 hours late, possibly aborting the entire plan to assassinate him. When Mugabe visited the Congo, some members of this group stalked the president's movements. 8 Degrees with stupefaction. An editorial writer mused, there were explosions at the Angolan embassy in Zambia last week. Did the group of arrested Americans have anything to do with this? Where are the other 2 Americans have not yet been caught? Was an assassination, or a series of assassinations, planned in Zimbabwe? Registered? At a time when civil war and outside intervention was rocking the newly proclaimed Democratic Republic of the Congo with the United States and Zimbabwe on opposite sides of this divide, these 3 men also were said to have military equipment, including sophisticated radio communications at safe houses in Lubumbashi where fighting was particularly fierce. A newspaper in Zimbabwe added ominously, several whites have been sighted among the invading forces in the DRC and some have been killed in battle. With suspicion, it was noted, all 3 suspects were issued with temporary travel documents by the U.S. Embassy in Harare. 8. These developments were greeted with outrage in Harare. The press reported that hundreds joined angry anti-US demonstrations. Their placards proclaimed, U.S. mercenaries, hang them high, down with American mercenaries, and America is a filthy international bully. 83 While some Zimbabweans were besieging the U.S. Embassy in protest of mercenaries, others were chuckling about their antics. A stand-up comedian in Harare, Eddie Langeveld, drew guffaws when he included a hilarious new character, a USA mercenary missionary, in his act. 8 Plus the mercenary had wormed its way into the marrow of Zimbabwean culture. As the 20th anniversary of independence approached, complaints were heard about the mercenary culture of the nation, in which sense of the country, nation, citizenship, and patriotism are sacrificed for the glitter of the $85. It was approaching 10 p.m. on September 7, 2000. The overwhelmingly African American crowd of over 1,000 gathered at Mt. Olivet Baptist Church in Harlem was getting restless in anticipation of the imminent arrival of President Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe. Finally, the diminutive, stylishly attired leader appeared at a side entrance and approached the pulpit amidst deafening applause. Months earlier his party had been stunned at the polls when a newcomer to Zimbabwean politics, the Movement for Democratic Change, had pulverized ZANU-PF, particularly in Maitland. The MPC was an unlikely alliance between besieged white landowners and urban black workers. Astute observers expected this coalition to founder, enmeshed in contradictions of race and class. Yet, its success at the polls was no less surprising for that. Prior to this election, Zimbabwe had been a virtual one-party state. This startling development occurred while racial tensions skyrocketed in the nation as angry veterans occupied land belonging to the fearful European minority. In April 2000, British Foreign Ministry official Peter Hine claimed that he detected clear evidence of anti-white attacks. 8 Degrees Mugabe countered by stating that Zimbabwe is a black man's land, and a black man will determine who gets it. 8-7 The voters of Zimbabwe, hounded by a collapsing currency and a draconian economic crisis, responded in the June 2000 elections by handing the MPC 57 of the 120 elected parliamentary seats. The stark drama of these Zimbabwean events resonated in Harlem and no doubt accounted for the thunderous applause that greeted Mugabe's heartfelt remarks. As I looked around the ornate church, I noticed familiar faces from black nationalist gatherings of the 1970s, when independence for Zimbabwe was viewed as a sacred cause. When Mugabe declared, "We blacks have to stick together," not least in response to the unity of the pan-European world in solidarity with the European minority in Zimbabwe, The full-throat cheers of appreciation in Harlem reached ear-splitting levels. The only shouts of dissent came when Mugabe pledged that he would not confiscate all of the land controlled by the European minority, land seized as a result of a bloody invasion in the 1890s. No, Mugabe said, the government would reclaim only part of this territory. Take it all, the crowd demanded. Mugabe promised to share their advice with his fellow Zimbabweans. Mugabe had to tread carefully, however. Ian Smith's most resolute supporter in the United States, Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina, had just introduced the so-called Zimbabwe Democracy Act, which would impose stiff sanctions on the ZANU-PF government while providing priceless aid to the opposition. It was not lost on many Zimbabweans that this maneuver had emerged from the same U.S. Senate that had been so eager to lift sanctions against the racist regime of Rhodesia almost 20 years earlier. Foreign Minister Stan Mutinge called this legislation a bad bill. It's really dangerous. It's horrible. The Americans want to recolonize Africa, he charged, and make Zimbabwe their protectorate. Registered? No doubt Mutinge's words would be viewed as alarmist in Washington, just as they would be viewed as sober and cautionary by those gathered in Harlem. Still, continuing the pattern of the past century, the United States was continuing to exert weighty influence in South Central Africa. When those assembled in Harlem demanded that Mugabe move even more aggressively against the European minority, though his actions to that point already had earned him obloquy in the crucially significant pan-European world, it was evident that the impact of the United States on Zimbabwe may have been entering a new phase. African Americans, along with U.S. investors, were seeking to play an ever larger role in shaping U.S. policy toward Africa. However, the proliferation of mercenary firms in an age of privatization ensures that the barrel of a gun will continue to be a powerful U.S. force in the region.